Hi guys, how are you doing? This is a new video series that we are starting right now. It's called using CSRF tokens with Golang for enhanced security. So we've just completed a complete video series on JWT tokens in with Golang, right? So if you've not seen it, go check it out. JWT authentication with Golang. And here I have my server running. So I'll give you a short demo of the project and then I'll explain to you what we're going to do and then we'll actually start building the project. I have my server running on localhost 9000. So I'm on my register route in my postman. If I send it in the post request, I'll get two cookies. I'll get an auth token and I'll get a refresh token. These are quite standard, right? And in my headers, I receive a CSRF token as well. So this is the secret sauce, and this is what we want to be working with in this video. So let me take you to the diagram. So in the previous series that we just did, the JWT authentication series, some people pointed out that JWT is very easy to hack, right? Some people might just take the token and then put it in jwt.io website and just get all the information out easily and then start using the password. Now it's not, from my experience, it's not that easy to hack because you can always use a secret key. So secret key will add some noise into the token, which is basically some extra information that makes the token difficult to uncode or decode, sorry. So you can use a secret key, and I've already shown you in that series how to use the secret key, where to use it, right? But let's say if somebody had a tool which could also bypass a secret code that you're using in your JWT token, right? So what we're doing here is we're making things even more secure, and this is more or less the industry standard on how to actually build a very secure Golang server. So here we'll be using the RSA algorithm to create a private key and a public key. A key pair we'll create. And this public key is what we'll embed in our JWT token as a secret key. And then whenever we get the JWT token, we'll compare it with our RSA private key, and only when they match, only then we'll approve the token, right? So I hope that makes it extremely secure. Now, because there's no way they'll have access to your RSA keys, right? So this part makes it almost impossible to hack your system already, right? But on top of that, we'll use CSRF tokens. So CSRF tokens are short tokens which are completely unpredictable, and these need to be sent in every subsequent HTTP request that you send to the database, to the backend server from the front end or wherever, right? So this using a CSRF token makes it extremely secure. Like, it makes your server extremely secure because you'll need to have a new token is given to you every single time, and then you have to use that token for the next HTTP request that you make to the server, right? So this is going to make it almost penetrate. I don't know, whatever, man. You can't penetrate the backend basically, right? So this is going to make it difficult to penetrate the backend, and this is going to make it almost impossible to hack your server. At least for 99.9% of the hackers. But there's always that 0.1% hackers. You can't really do much, right? Even websites like Facebook get hacked, so I wouldn't worry about it really. So this will make it extremely secure. So if you do this, you're sorted. I mean, as a senior developer or a senior software engineer or a security engineer, your job is sorted out here itself, right? So let's start now digging into how we'll be building this project. So let's take a look at how we're going to approach this program. So here are all the files that we'll have. We'll have our main file, server file, DB file, models file to start with. So our main file, as you know, is our entry point. Then we'll have the server file, which will have all the details for starting the server on a particular host. The DB file will have all the logic required to make a connection with the database. And models will have the models for the user. Then we'll have a JWT file and a middleware file. The JWT file basically will have functions to initialize the tokens, create new tokens, check the tokens, refresh tokens, and also revoke tokens. And your middleware will have will have a logic handler and auth handler. Logic handler will have all the logic for the logout route and register route and login route. So it's not a very difficult kind of project structure. I'm going to keep things very, very simple because I've already gone into the depth of how to build a proper project structure with the JWT authentication series. Go check it out. Here we're just going to focus on how to create the CSRF token, how to use these two keys to create the tokens. Just a more secure layer. So you can add this on top of that, and then you can have something more secure, right? You can have a complete project. Anyhow, so this is the whole system that we're going to follow. Now, one important thing here is that I'm not going to be using any framework like Gin or something like that, Gin or Fiber. I'm not going to be using anything like that. I'll just be using HTTP. So I just want you to see a different way of doing things in this particular series, because I've already shown you how to use Gin and do the whole authentication GWT thing, right, in the previous video series. So here I'm just going to use HTTP package, nothing fancy, very bare bones basic structure. And if you actually really care about security, you wouldn't be using frameworks in the first place, right? You would probably have the HTTP package because that's extremely secure. Adding any packages on top of any packages or frameworks on top of your Golang project introduces space for vulnerabilities and places that hackers can exploit, let's say, right? So that's why I'll not use any framework here, but just to show you a different way of doing things, right? So let's get started with the project. Just take a note of this diagram. This is exactly how I'll be structuring the project, how I'll be going about the whole project. So just make a note of it. You can come back and refer to it. So let's get started. I just realized that my image was really big and you probably didn't see the diagram properly. I apologize for that. I've now made my image really small in the screen. And I also have this really bad haircut. It's because I had to cut my own hair because of, since the pandemic, I stopped going to a hairdresser. So I've been in the habit of just cutting my own hair. This saves time. Anyhow, so let's open up our terminal. Let's create the project, right? So I'll head over to the place in my project, in my laptop where I usually keep my Golang projects. And here we'll create a new directory. So we'll say Golang CSRF project, and we'll cd into it, and then we'll just open up the project in VS Code. You could be using anything else, not a problem. And all we have to now, that you can see it on my screen, we just have to create a main.go file. And main.go file basically has package main. You import a couple of things here, and then you have your func main, right? Let's start creating the rest of the structure. So here we'll have a folder called db, a folder called keys, a folder called server, and that is it. I think that's it. And inside db you have your models folder, so we'll create models folder, and inside our db we'll create a new file called db.go. In your server folder you'll have middleware, and you will have a file called server.go. Perfect. Now coming back to your main.go file, we'll import log, because I need that, and I need the server folder, server package basically, and I need the db package. So here we can say GitHub. Actually, what we've not done is we have not initialized our project, so we'll have to initialize it. So we'll say go mod init github.com/akhil/Golang CSRF project, and this has created a go mod file for us. In case you don't know go mod, it's basically your package.json. If you're coming from a JavaScript background, it basically creates shows a list of all the dependencies you'll have in your project. All right, straightforward. And here we'll give an absolute root, because I'm not in my go root directory right now, so we'll give an absolute root saying Akhil. I think that's the name I gave it. Akhil/Golang CSRF project /Golang CSRF project. And I need access to DB, and I need access to the server, and inside server there's going to be a folder called middleware, and we'll have a file called myjwt, so I need access to my JWT as well. So I'll say github.com/akhil/golang CSRF project /server/middleware/myjwt. So here are all the things that I need, and I'm going to just quickly define my host and my port. For host we're going to say localhost, and for port we're going to say 9000. And in my DB file I'll have a function called initialize my DB. We need to create that function in our file yet, so I'm just referencing it out here, but I've not created it. And here also in my JWT file I'll have a function to initialize JWT. Okay, and so if there's an error I can catch it in my JWT error variable. Let's catch the error. Let's handle the error now. So we'll say JWT error not equal to nil, and we'll say log.println error initializing the JWT token. Okay, and we'll log out the error, the actual error. And now all we have to do is start the server. So we'll say server, which is basically our server file. It'll have a function called start server, where you can simply pass your host and port, and it'll start a server on that host and port. All right, so it makes it very easy to also pass production variables without even using the env file. So this is like a shortcut, but you can use an env file as well. I've already shown you in the previous JWT authentication series how to use the env file. And let's catch the error here. So in case you're new to this channel, guys, there are more than 100 videos on Golang on my channel. So this is just one of those series. There's so many more series like this. Go check them out. Println error starting the server. Okay, and you just log out the error as well. So you'll say server error. Perfect. So our main.go file is complete, and now we'll start working on our server and db.go files. And in this video I will take you through some of the other files, but before that, just create a file here called middleware.go. okay, and inside middleware create a folder called myjwt, and inside your myjwt folder create your myjwt.go file. Perfect. Now we have all the things that we need. Alright, main.go file is complete. Now let's start building our models. Inside our models you'll have to have your models.go file, obviously. Models.go. Sorry. Now let's start creating the model, right? So we're going to start from the base up. Let's create the model first. I mean, we're going to start from the base up, but I might just, switch on to some other file. I mean, I'm not going to build from base up. I'm just going to start from base up. All right. I hope that makes sense. So here we'll say package models, and you want to import the time package here, and you want to import JWT. So for JWT you'll have github.com/ the same package that we used last time, so it's dgrijalva/jwt/go. This is the one we used in our JWT authentication tutorial as well. So you want to create a user It's not going to be a complex user struct. It's going to be very simple. Like I said, I want to focus on how to create a CSRF token instead of creating actual, creating some useful APIs. I'm not doing that in this series. For that, we'll have many more series. Here, we're just focusing on creating the CSRF token, right? So that's why I'm taking a very simple user struct, which will have username, password hash, and it will have a role. Then let's define what our token claims would be. So again, it's of type struct, and we'll have jwt.standard claims. I've already explained this to you in the previous JWT authentication tutorial. Actually, if you watch that and then come here, it'll really help you out a lot, because we're building upon JWT in the sense we're using JWT here, but we're also using CSRF, right? So we're using quite a lot of things that we've used there. So here you'll have a role, but obviously we're following a complete different project structure, different type of a structure here, different type of an approach. So it's important to do both of them. So here JSON is CSRF. All right. So for Golang's purposes, it's string, but for JSON, and JSON is going to look like this, role and CSRF. Okay. But with Golang is going to refer it as role with a capital R, whereas in JSON is going to look like this, which is the role with a small r. I hope you're already familiar with that, because Golang basically is not able to work with JSON directly on its own, right? So that's why we have to use these kind of structs which define what the Golang will understand and what JSON understands. And here we'll just create two variables that we need. So one is the refresh token valid time. Any project that you build, you need to have a valid time for your refresh token and for your auth token. So we'll have auth token valid time. Here you'll have time dot hour multiplied by 72, and you'll have time dot minute multiplied by 15. So refresh tokens are usually for very long durations, and auth tokens are just for 15 or 20 minutes, 15 or 30 minutes sometimes, depending on whatever type of security you need. And then once those 30 minutes are over, then your front end has to use the refresh token to make a request to the back end to get another auth token to it. With React, you can use interceptors to do the same. I'll show you how to do that also in a future video, in which we'll use authentication and React front end, and then Golang backend. So we'll have a project like that soon coming up. So we'll have a function called generate CSRF secret. We'll take a string and we'll return an error. Sorry, it'll return a string and error, I meant. And here you're returning random strings dot generate random string 32-bit. Okay. So now what you want is you want to create this file random strings. Alright, so random strings is actually going to be a folder here, so we'll create a new folder called random strings. In that folder you'll simply have a file called randomstrings.go. Okay, and it's going to be a very straightforward file actually. But before that, you want to go to your models and you want to first import that file. So you'll say github.com/Golang CSRF project /random strings. So now this random strings is already in your models. That's what you wanted, and that's how you're calling this function called generate CSRF secret. So just generate a random string, and here we need to have that function. So here we'll say package. The package name is the name of the file, in this case random strings. You're going to import a couple of things, and you're going to have functions. So one of the functions that we have already we already know is going to be generate random string. Takes an integer, which is 32 we are passing here, right? Which is so string, it returns a string and error. Now what do you want to import here? So to import, you're going to have crypto/random, and you're going to just call your encoding /JSON, base64. You want to use base64 to create the random string. So we'll call a function called generate random bytes. This function we'll have to define in this file itself. So for now, we pass our s, which is our integer that we have received, and you capture that in a variable called b, and also you capture the error. And from this function you return base64.url encoding dot encode to string b comma error. Awesome. And here you'll have func generate random bytes, and you have integer. Here you'll have byte comma error, and here you'll have b is equal to make byte comma n, and you're going to use the random function to read b. We'll capture that in a blank character and error, and if there's an error, which means error not equal to nil, you're going to return nil for the slice of bytes, and you're going to return an error instead. Otherwise you return b, as in when everything is okay, there's no error, then you return b comma nil for the error. So you return b here for the slice of bytes that you want to create. Okay, and once you have the slice of bytes, which is in b here, you return you encode it into string and send it, right? So there's nothing much happening here. In the sense, it's not very complex. So your models, it calls a function called generate a random string, which basically is a function written here, and this function is calling generate random bytes. So all you're doing is basically generating random bytes, right? So it's returning random bytes to it, storing it in b, and we're then converting that random byte into string, and then we're sending it back here, right? So nothing. So 32 length, string is what we're getting. So nothing fancy is happening here, right? So your random strings file is complete, your models file is complete, and your main.go file is complete. So that's congrats. That's a lot of work that you've already done here. And now we can actually start with server.go file. So server.go file is the last file that I'll work on in this video, and in the next video we'll continue with the rest of the files. I hope that's all right, because I have limited time today. So this is all the best I can do. So here we're going to import log, we're going to import net/http, we're going to import the middleware package. So we'll say github.com/akhil/golang CSRF project and middleware. That's all we need to import here. So the function that you need to define here is start server. This is the function that you need to define. And after that, we'll work on these functions, initdb and initjwt. So don't worry about that right now. Let's worry about the start server function, because that's how the server starts running. So we'll create the function start server. It takes a host name, which is string, port, which is string, returns an error, and here you'll say host equal to host name plus port, and you'll print listening on %s comma host, and we'll create a handler middleware dot new handler and http dot handle slash comma handler and return http dot listen and serve host command. Very straightforward, right? You're listening on this port and you're creating a new handler. So we'll obviously have to create this function called new handler in our middleware file, right? And we'll handle starting from this slashed out with this handler, so, right? And we're going to listen and serve on this host. In the first two videos, we had done quite a bit. We did main.go models, random strings, server.go, and I had to go for a meeting, so I had to stop the video there. So in this third video right now, we'll start. So I'm back from the meeting now, so we can start working on our other files. So let's see. I think what we can do is we can work on. Maybe these could be a little challenging right now. Init database and init JWT can be quite complex. So because we'll have to set the files, db.go files and all those we'll have to set up. So instead of that, let's work on our middleware, right? So which is basically this function, new handler function. Let's work on this. Needs to be in our middleware file. So let's go to our middleware.go, and here you say package middleware, and you'll import a few things. So I'll come to that in a minute. But you'll say new handler, which is basically HTTP handler. Is what it's going to return from here. So I'm going to use a package for this. It's going to be called Alice, and I'll explain to you what it does. It's quite a simple, straightforward package. So we'll say just nas/alice, and we'll return alice.new recover handler and auth handler dot then func logic handler. All right. So whenever we want to recover from Golang panicking, we'll have a recover handler function, and we'll also have a auth handler function for our restricted logout and delete user logic, and then we'll have our logic handler as well. So I think let's start building our logic handler first, and then let's start working on the other files or the other functions, right? So let's create our logic handler. Since we're not using any package, we're using the default HTTP package. We'll have to write response writer, comma request. So we have W, which is the response, and R, which is the request. Request will always be a pointer because request is something that you're getting from the user. And we're going to switch the URL path. So we'll say R dot URL dot path. Okay. Now there will be multiple cases, as in which URL that the user is on. So he could be on the restricted path. He could be on login. And instead, inside of login, we'll have two methods. So we'll say switch r.method let's say case get, and we'll also have case post. Okay, and then when after your login route, so actually inside your login route you'll also have a default case. Okay, and outside this you'll have register route, and inside register also you'll switch the method if it's get or if it's post. Right, and here also you will have a default route, default keys, and then outside this you'll have so these are all in the same line now, right? Restrictor, login, register, and then you'll have logout / logout more precisely, and then you have case / delete user, and at the end for all of these there will be a default case as well. Here L is missing. All right, so this is like the general structure that we need to be working on. Now there are a couple of more functions we'll have in this file, so I think it's just good to write their outlines so that later on at least we won't forget it. So here obviously you know that you need a recover handler, so we'll say recover handler, right? HTTP dot handler is going to basically help you recover from a panic situation. And if you've used Node.js, you already probably know what next does, you know. And then you have your auth handler, so we'll say func auth handler, next HTTP dot handler, HTTP dot handler. Okay, so you'll have your auth handler, and then you have your logic handler, which we've already defined. Then we have our we'll have a function called nullify token cookies. I'll tell you why we use this, and just wait a while. I'll also explain to you what next will do in case you have no idea what it does. All right, and this function obviously will take the response writer, and R, which is the request, and you'll also have set auth and refresh. Cookies. This again is going to take in a couple of things, and it's going to have a function definition. So let's leave this outline like this, and then the last function that we need to create an outline like this for is func grab CSRF from request. It just takes in the request, http.request, and it returns a string, and it'll have some definition. So I know you don't have any context as to why I'm creating these functions, and you don't know what I'm going to do with these functions, but I just wanted to keep them out here just to create these outlines so that we don't forget, in the whole process, we don't forget, that we have to build these functions. So just bear with me. If you're not understanding anything right now, don't worry. I'm going to explain everything. So you have log, here you have HTTP. We need HTTP and we need log to log out errors, right? And then we'll have our time package, we need our strings package, and we need our my.jwt file. So how are we going to get it? We'll say github.com/akhil/golang CSRF project /server/middleware/myjwt. The other thing you need is the DB. You need access to the DB. So how are you going to do it? You'll say github.com, because you'll have to call DB functions from this file, right? This is the middleware file, which is kind of like the middle layer between your database and your server. So you'll have to have access to your database from here. And we'll say golang CSRF project /DB. That is it. So these are all the things that you will need in this file. In our case, next is just a HTTP handler, and basically this recover handler function helps you to recover in case of a panic. If Golang panics and the system crashes, instead it gives you a 500 error, and the system won't crash and it'll just recover, right? And the benefit of making next a HTTP handler is then you can start using different HTTP functions like serve HTTP and handler func, all of those things, right? So just check out serve HTTP if possible in the documentation, HTTP document, and just check out handler funcs as well, serve HTTP. Everything will make more sense to you. And from this, let me also complete this function so that it'll give you just a little more context. So we'll have to create a function which takes w, which is http dot response writer, comma r, which is http dot request. And here you have, so here's the function that we want to automatically call itself. But we're saying defer because we wanted to be called at the end of this function's lifecycle. I'm sure by now you already know what defer is. If you've seen all of my other tutorial series, you already are aware about defer. And you've already seen this type of a syntax, which basically shows that the function is going to call itself. Function doesn't have a name, it's an anonymous function, anonymous self-calling function. If you are from a JavaScript background, you already know what an IFI is. This is exactly what it is. So here we'll say recover, and if there's an error, then you'll say log.panic recovered. And you'll print out the error. And you'll give out an error, which will be a 500. Will be 500 error. So you'll say w, which is the response. You're sending a response here, and http dot status text is 500, comma 500. And here you'll have next dot serve http w, comma r, and you'll return from handler func. So this is basically what you're returning here, right? A HTTP handler again is what you're returning from this function. And now let's work a little on our auth handler. I can spend about 2-3 more minutes and then I have to rush. So let me create the basic outline. So here you'll just have a function which will take W, which is a HTTP response writer, and you'll take R, which is HTTP.request, and in there you'll again switch the path, just like you did here. Okay. So the first case will be if it's restricted, comma, if it's logout route, comma, if it's delete user. Okay. And then you'll just have a default route, default case. So when this is the case, then you'll need to check for JWT. And a default route where the routes are not protected, then you don't need to check for the JWT token. Right? That means all the logic that will come here now will just be around checking the token, basically. All right. So that's the outline for auth handler, and then we have a logic handler. We've already seen that, the outline. And then we have our nullify token cookies. This one, I think I can just do a couple of things here before I go. Let's have auth cookie here, which is http.cookie. As you've seen in the demo, we'll send cookies, right? So the first cookie is a token, and the value, and then you have expires, time.now.add. So here we're using the time package. Time.hour and comma HTTP only is true. And after that, you'll just use the HTTP.setCookie function with a response writer and pass the auth cookie to it. And then you can also have a refresh cookie. You've already seen it, right? In Postman, you've already seen both the cookies. So one, we had the auth cookie, and the other one was the refresh cookie, which is again of type HTTP cookie, and it'll have a name. The name is refresh token, comma, value, and it has an expires, time.now.add minus 1000 multiplied by time.hour, comma, HTTP only, true. And then you can set http.setCookie multiplied by w, comma, ampersand, refresh cookie. And we'll continue this function in the next video as well. So let me explain to you. So we have these three functions, right? Nullify token cookies, and then we have set auth and refresh to cookies, and then you have grab CSRF from request. Now all these three functions are very important. Okay, so the nullify token cookies, this basically is going to revoke your cookies. So at the end, after we have set this cookie, right, after the end we'll have to do a couple of more things here, and then at the end we'll just call the my JWT dot revoke refresh token function, which will be in this JWT file, right? So all we'll do here is just revoke those tokens right towards the end. And set auth and refresh tokens cookies. This function basically sets those cookies that we saw in the postman, that it just sets those cookies basically, and this nullifies them. That's all these two functions are doing. But the format is same, because like you saw in that in the postman when I showed you the demo, that it had auth cookie and refresh cookie, right? So the format for both these functions will be the same, exactly the same, because we're using the same information. And so this function takes w and r, and this function will take w http dot response writer, comma, it'll take auth token string. So you'll pass auth token string to it, which is of type string. And you'll also pass refresh token to it. So you'll say refresh token with r small refresh token string, and which is again of type string. Okay, so those are the things that you'll get in this function. And this function is fairly straightforward, because all you're doing here is creating an auth cookie, which is of type http dot cookie, and you have a name, you have a value, and you have http only, so we'll say true. And here we have auth token and auth token string, comma, and at the end we'll say http dot set cookie w and ampersand auth cookie, and then we have refresh cookie http dot cookie, again the same things, name, the name here is refresh token. So this name is basically the one when I showed you postman, so you saw auth token and refresh token, those names that came here, and they had these values. So that's basically what's happening here. And here it should have been http, sorry, a small mistake. So you'll have refresh token, comma, value, refresh token string, comma, http only is true. We'll put a comma at the end as well. And here you'll set the cookie for with this value as well. So you'll say star w, comma, ampersand refresh cookie, So essentially you're just creating these cookies with the help of with the values with strings, and you're just setting these cookies in http.setCookie function. And this is it. I mean, this is all you're doing with this function, okay? And then you'll have a function that grabs the CSRF from every request. Like I told you, for every subsequent HTTP request, you'll have to send CSRF token. So we need some logic at our inside our program that basically is able to grab that CSRF from whatever you send it. Whatever you send, like you'll send the CSRF token to the server. So we need some logic to be able to extract that CSRF token. So we'll say CSRF from. So these are all utility functions that we're building right now, right? And the form that you've sent from Postman, you'll have CSRF token. R is the request. So in the request form value, you have X CSRF token. That's how now you'll have to send it as. So we'll say SCRF token from is equal to empty. That means there's nothing here. You'll return CSRF from, else you'll return the CSRF token after grabbing it from the header. right. So you just sending the CSRF token here as a string. All right. So this function is complete, and then we'll have yeah. So we were just continuing with our nullify token, right? So I had stopped it here, but there's a little more stuff to be done. So your refresh token, the current refresh token, will be in cookie. So here I'll say refresh. So I'll get the refresh token, and then I'll take that in refresh cookie, the cookie with the refresh token, and I'll also have a refresh error, so I can handle the error now. So I'll say if refresh error is equal to http dot error no cookie. So this is a type of error which says that there's no cookie, so that's the error we're handling. So here we can do anything, or we can do nothing, because there's no refresh token present, and we'll just return from here. Else if refresh error is not equal to nil, that means there's some error, then we'll say log.panic %+v comma refresh error, and we'll print out the error, http error, and you'll send it as a response. So we'll say http dot status text 500 comma 500. So we're sending a 500 error here. And now comes the most important part, which is jwt dot revoke refresh token refresh cookie dot value. So we're basically revoking the refresh token. All right. And now once you've revoked refresh token, that means the user cannot use the refresh token to get the next JWT token. So just keep a record of this function right now. What it does, it just nullifies the refresh tokens. Just keep a record for that right now, and I'll show you how to use it. So if you've probably understood what's happening here, right? Well, like maybe, because I've not explained to you yet, but probably you've understood what's happening here. So the value is becoming empty for the auth token, and for the refresh token the value is becoming empty, right? Whereas for set, auth and refresh token, you were setting some value, but here you're making the values empty for auth and refresh token both, and it's also revoking your refresh token so that you can't use it again to get the new JWT token. So just make a record of this function, and I'll use it in a couple of places, and you'll understand why we created this function. Right now we're just creating utility functions so that we're able to use them inside our project. Okay, so that's all I had for middleware. Now let's go to, we'll obviously have to work on these functions like the auth handler and logic handler, so we'll come back to this, but for now this is it. Now let's work on some other functions that we have. So what I'll do right now is I'll just set up the myjwt.go file. So let's close off the other files, and I'm just going to create the outline of the functions that we'll have in this file. All right, we won't be able to work on those functions, but we'll just create the outline because this video, I'm running out of time right now. So package myjwt, that's what we're going to call this package. We're going to import a few things here. So firstly we'll have crypto RSA, because as you know, we need the RSA algorithm to compare the private and public keys. The RSA keys that we are using, that we'll have in this folder called keys, we'll be using the RSA keys to keep our authentication very secure. And you have IO, you have the time package. If you've been watching my videos, you already know what all these packages do, because I use them almost in all the videos. If you're new to this channel, There are more than 100 videos on Golang on this channel, so do check it out. Now I need the JWT package because in this file has all the logic that's required to work with JWT tokens. So we'll say the same package that we've been using till now, the JWT Go package, and I'll also import my models and my database. So I'll say GitHub and I'll give it an absolute route. db/models github.com/akil/golang CSRF project/db. So now I have all the things that I need, and I'm just going to define two constants. One is going to be the private key path, which will be keys/app.rsa. So this is the private key that I'll have, and then I'll have a public key. So I'll have a public key path, which will be keys/app.rsa.pub. So these keys will be in my keys folder. Like I said, the one will be a private key, the other will be a public key, and I'll just copy and paste a key from my that I've already created before. And if you want to create a key in Ubuntu, it's very easy. I think it's just a RSA create kind of a command. Just check it out online how you can create the RSA key on your particular system. So it'll create a pair for you, a private and a public key pair for you. So just check it out how to do it on if you're on Mac or on Windows. For Ubuntu, it's very, very straightforward. And I'm pretty sure if you've ever worked on a server, you've already used it. Those are the keys used for SSHing into any server. So here we'll have a function to init JWT. This function that we have already defined in our main.go. So that's the function we'll have here. And then there are some more functions that I showed you in that diagram in the first video during the demo. There will be a create new tokens function in this file. It'll accept some parameters, it'll return some parameters, and it'll have a function definition. Then I'll have a function, which is another important function for checking and refreshing the tokens. Again, accepts some parameters and returns some, and has a function definition. Now the next one is create auth token string. So we'll say func create auth token string function. You'll come to know why I'm using each of these functions. Right now I'm just creating an outline. Some of them might be self-explanatory, but some could be you might be wondering why we're using these functions, but you'll understand it once we start writing the code in each of these functions. So the next is func create refresh token string. And the next is update refresh token expiry. We'll take an old refresh token and give you a new refresh token. The next one is update auth token string. Update auth token string. Accepts a couple of parameters, returns them, and also has a function definition. Then you have your revoke refresh token. So this function that we called here, revoke refresh token, that also we need to define. out here. So we'll say func revoke refresh token, and it'll accept something and return an error if things go wrong. And then you have your function to update refresh token from refresh token CSRF. Accepts some things, returns some things, and has a function definition. And then the last function that you'll have is grab UUID. Now these two functions are really important: create new tokens and check and refresh tokens, right? And these functions will call all these other functions. Inside these functions we'll call these other functions. So grab UUID and accept some things, return some things, and has a function definition. So this is your general outline of what all the functions that we're building right now in my JWT file. So we had set up our my JWT file, and now let's start working on these functions. So the first function we'll work on is in a JWT. So first what we're going to do is we're going to read this file. So let's use our IOUtil package to read the file. And here we'll pass private key path. And this data I'm going to take into this variable called sign bytes. And if error is not equal to nil, then we'll return the error. Right, we return an error from this function if there's an error. Then we have so then we're going to parse this data, right? We're going to parse this data. To parse it, we're going to use JWT.parse RSA private key from PEM sign bytes. So this helps us to parse this data, and we're going to capture this in a variable called sign key. Okay, and then we'll check for error. So if error not equal to nil, return the error. So we're going to have our private. So you already know what we're doing here, right? We're going to have our private file and public file. We're just going to compare them. So before we compare them, we're just creating these sign keys and verify key and all that stuff. So the other thing that you know we have to do is we have to read our public key. So we'll read that file. To read that file, we'll say IOUtil dot read file pub key path. So this is our sign file, and we need a verify file, so we'll just call it verify bytes comma error, and if error not equal to nil, we're going to return error. Then we have JWT.parse RSA public key from PEM, and we pass these verify bytes in that, and then we get a verify key. Here also we'll check for error. So if error not equal to nil, return error, and you return nil from this function. If everything goes well, return nil, so that means the error is nil. Alright, so this is what initialize JWT does for you. And then you have your create new tokens function, and this function is also quite straightforward. So all we're doing in this function is generating the CSRF secret and generating the refresh token and generating the auth token. So here you'll say CSRF secret comma error is equal to models dot generate CSRF secret. So you will have access to your models file, and that will have a function called generate CSRF secret. We'll work on it, and here we'll handle error. So if error is not equal to nil, we'll just return from this function. So what does this function take? It takes a UUID, which is a string, takes a role, which is a string. We'll work on these, don't worry about this. But most importantly, what does it return? So this returns an auth token string, a refresh token string, and a CSRF secret. So if you actually think about it, this is your most important function, because it returns the three most important things that you need to actually start running the project. And then you also get an error if things go wrong, right? So you've generated the CSRF secret, and this is going to be a function that we'll work on. Now to generate the refresh tokens, we'll have create refresh token string. We already have defined this function here, like the outline of it, but this is the function that we're calling. So like I told you, we'll have these two functions that are important, and then they'll call all these other functions from inside them. So we're going to call this create refresh token string function. It's going to take three things. It's going to take UUID, role, and CSRF secret. Okay. Now you'll capture whatever is coming back from this function in refresh token string, because that's essentially what you're returning from this function, right? So you'll capture it here, and you'll also capture the error. And now let's handle the error. Actually, we'll handle both the errors together for auth token and refresh token. So here you'll say auth token string, and here we'll use create auth token string, this function we're using here. This also takes the same thing. It takes UUID, takes role, takes CSRF secret. And now let's handle the error. So we'll say if error not equal to nil, return, and you just return from this function. Right. So now we have to work on our create refresh token functions. I don't know why it says string. It's actually create refresh token string. This one, create refresh token string. Here actually you should have said string. So refresh token string is the name of the variable that we're returning from here. So we're returning everything from here, basically from this function. All right. So now let's start working on these functions. So the first function we'll work on is create auth token string. It's not going to be very difficult. It's very straightforward. It's exactly what you did in the last video series of JWT tokens. We're going to use those claims to create the token key. So let's come here, create the auth token string. You already know what it takes. It takes UUID string, it takes role, which is a string, it takes CSRF secret, which is a string, and it returns quite simply an auth token string and the error if there's any error. So let's set the expiration time. So we'll say auth token expiration time. We'll have to use the walrus character because we've not used this variable before. So we'll say time.now dot add. In our models, we'll have auth token wallet time. We'll define this. And here we'll say Unix. So in your model, you've already defined, as you can see. So there's a spelling mistake here, constant. So you already defined your auth token wallet time, right? It's 15 minutes. And that's what you're using here. So this is your expiry. So basically all these things that we keep making here and there, it might not make sense to you at that moment when you're writing the code, but when we start writing more code, everything starts connecting, right? So whenever you run into a place where you're not understanding anything, just be patient, because maybe after just 15 minutes we'll be covering that exact same thing. That probably, maybe when you were watching this video when I was creating the models, you were getting confused, why do we need these constants, but we need them here. So that's why I create some things beforehand, so that I know I'll be using them later on. So if these kind of things confuse you, then just be patient, watch the next video, maybe you'll get what you're looking for. If till the end of the series you don't understand it, just put it in the comments below. I'll come and help you out, right? I don't have a lot of viewers, so I reply to all the comments that I get. All right, so here you have auth claims. You have models dot token claims. It's a JWT dot standard claims. So when you say models dot token claims, here it is. I've already defined it. So maybe at that time also you might be getting confused. Why am I defining token claims? Is because the token claims is a struct. That's our own type of a data type. It has a role and CSRF string, and it has standard claims. So right now when you're creating this, you're saying it's of type token claims, and you're defining this JWT standard claims here. Right. Sometimes I'm not explaining stuff because I think you're understanding it by default, but I'm still trying to explain every single line. And I'm also assuming that you've already seen the JWT video series, JWT authentication video series in Golang that was just before this. So I'm assuming that, and that's why I'm not explaining a lot of stuff, but I'm still trying to explain every single line, so that if you have still not watched it, then even then you won't get confused here. At least I'm trying to explain as well as I can. So this is your tokens and your standard claims. So this is where this bracket ends, and after this, right, you'll say JWT dot new with claims, same function that we've used before in the previous series. And so you'll have to call this function. This is a very common function with JWT, and whatever comes back from this function, you'll capture that in a variable called auth JWT. So it creates an RS256 signer for us. So here we'll say JWT dot get signing method RS256, comma, we'll pass auth claims. And now let's generate the auth token string. So we'll say auth JWT dot, which is this basically, which we just got right now, blue dot, signed string, and we pass sign key here. And here you'll say auth token string comma error is equal to, and you return from this function. Alright, so essentially you're just returning the auth token string from this function. And the sign key that we just used here is the same as the sign key here that you've created. So now we can work on our create refresh token string, this function. And I might not be able to complete this function entirely, but let's start it off. I have a couple of minutes and then I have another meeting starting up. So you have CSRF string, which is of type string. And what you return from this function is a refresh token string. Refresh token string, which is again a string, and an error, which is a string. So you're taking UUID, role, and CSRF, and you return refresh token string and error. And essentially, what you're doing is almost the same, right? So you'll have this function here, which I'll type out. I won't copy and paste, so that if you're coding along with me, you also build some muscle, memory muscle. Refresh token valid time, which is the variable that we have defined here. Refresh token valid time. And then you have Unix. And you will capture this in a variable called refresh token expiry. So let's say that refresh token expiry. All right. And in your DB file, you'll have a function that we'll work on right now. It's going to be called store refresh token. And we'll capture that in this variable. And if error is not equal to nil, we'll return. And now comes the most important part, which is basically like you created auth claims, you'll create your refresh claims, which will be of type models dot token claims, models dot token claims, which is exactly the same as the one that we've used before. And it takes JWT.standardClaims, which has an ID. So this variable that we defined here, refresh JTI, you'll pass that ID here, which is basically refresh JWT token ID. And subject is UUID, and then you have expires at, and you have refresh token expiry, which you've already defined. Put a comma here, put the role, and CSRF string, and put a comma here again. Now after this, you'll just say refresh JWT, which is the variable that you want to return from here, as in just like auth JWT, and then you worked on auth JWT, and then you return this variable auth token string. Very similar to that. We just have to do these two steps here as well, right? So here you'll say the same thing, JWT.new with claims, JWT.get signing method rs256 comma refresh claims and here we'll say refresh JWT signed string sign key. We capture that in a variable called refresh token string comma error. So basically the same thing, these same two steps we have done out here, and then refresh token string is what you want to return. So we'll return everything from this function that we have. Perfect. So now our so I know I said that I won't be completing this function, but it didn't take very long, so I've completed this function, which is pretty awesome. And so we've reached quite far, you know, and we've completed quite a few functions, we've completed quite a few files, and we're going fast, which is nice. So do subscribe to this channel. With CSRF token, it'll be great if I could show a little bit of front end, in the sense how to access the token from front end and how to, you know, interact with the project. So the original project, I've made a few changes to it. So let me show you. So if you go to localhost 9000 and you go to register route, so there's a small front end that I've created. I know it's very basic, but it's just to, you know, get the picture. It's not in React, it's a very simple you know, template HTML kind of a front end only. And here let's register ourselves. Okay, so here I'll say password, and once I register it, you know, logs me in, and it gives me a secret message, which is this, and this is my super secret area. Basically it has taken the CSRF token and sent it to backend, and then the backend has then verified the CSRF token, and then it has you know, allowed me to come to this page. And I can log out and delete the user and all of those things. And with login also the same thing works. So I did this just to show you, you know, how to use it practically. I mean, some of you might be wondering, okay, I've learned CSRF token now, but now what do I do? How do I actually use it in a project? So I've just shown you in a very basic way, very crude way on how to use it with the front end. But I mean, with the basic HTML templating I'm going to show you, it's very easy for you. It'll be very easy for you to upgrade it to a Next.js project if you wanted to, but you'll get the picture basically, right? So let's get started. So what I'm saying is that I've made some basic changes to the project. Nothing major has changed. Only I've just introduced a templates folder. So let me you know, start showing you the rest of the project. So inside your server folder, you will have another folder called templates, and inside the templates folder we'll have a templates.go file, which will just have the logic to convert the HTML files into Golang files. But the HTML files we'll keep in a folder called template files. Sorry, my mic is slipping. And inside template files we'll have a file called login.template, and we'll have register.template, and we'll have restricted.template. So let's just create a basic what do you call it, structure of these files. So for login.template file, you'll have HTML, and you'll have a head where we'll import a little bit of jQuery. We'll have to use jQuery here, and you'll have body, and the body will have the login page, right? So we'll have a div, the ID of which will be login, okay, and here we'll create the login form. And then you'll have some you know, style and script tags as well, like very like I said, you know, it's very basic JavaScript we'll use here. Okay, and then you have your register template, which is going to be quite similar. So we're in our register template going to have the same structure. We'll have HTML, and we'll have a head, we'll have a body, and then inside body we'll have a div ID, which will be register. Okay, and we'll have some style and script as well at the end. And similarly for a restricted template, file, we'll have HTML head, and here we'll have the body, and actually I don't need the headphones anymore, so I'll just keep them on the side. So in the body you'll have h1, welcome to your CSRF project, and we'll have h3, your secret message is, we'll use some JSX to show our secret message, and then you'll have a form for logout and for delete user as well. So I'll just create the outline for now. I'll just give it a name. Name is equal to logout, and here also name is equal to delete user. So what you just saw, basically logout and delete user, these buttons. And so let's just keep it that much, and we'll come back and work on this later on. And now we'll just work a little bit on our templates.co file. Okay, so this is going to be called package templates. We're going to import a couple of things, and we'll have a function called render template, which we'll be using in our other files. So we'll say func render template. So instead of just sending data back to Postman, we're just rendering a template so that things will look much more relatable. We'll have log, we'll be using net/http package, and we will be using HTML/templating package. For the login users and register, we'll have for these 3 pages, right, our login, register, and research pages, we'll create a different struct. So for example, for login page, we have a struct, and for register page we'll have a separate struct similarly, and for our restricted page we'll have a separate struct. Awesome. And then we'll get our template. So we'll say we're at templates is equal to, using the templates package dot must function template dot, we'll parse our files, and in our server slash templates slash what's the route of this file, slash template files slash login dot tmpl, and similarly just give the routes of all the files, all the 3 files. So first is the login file, then you have the register file slash template slash template file slash register.tmpl, and comma server slash template slash template files slash restricted.tmpl. All right, so we have imported all these 3 different files right now, and they're all in this variable called templates. So now render template function is going to become super simple, but before that let me define these structs. So we'll have a b alert, which will be boolean, and alert message, which will be string. here again the same thing. We'll have be alert user boolean and alert message, which is going to be a string. For restricted page, again we'll have the same thing, be alert user, which is a boolean, and alert message, which is going to be a string. All right. So for function render template, we'll have whdp dot response writer and template string, and p, which is an interface. Interface is an important concept in Golang. If you are not aware about it, please check it out. I'll create a video about it if I get some time. All right, so our render template function takes in tmpl, which is a string. It takes in the response writer. So here it's basically going to help us render these templates, right? So we'll say templates dot execute template w comma tmpl plus dot tmpl comma p. Okay. And here you'll say if error not equal to nil, log dot printf. You have template error here, %v comma error, and hdp dot error w comma error dot error. Sorry for the typo. And we'll send a internal server error here. So we'll say internal server error. Cool. So this is basically going to execute the template or render the template based on the template name that you send to render template function. All right. So this function render template is what we're going to call in many other functions and in many other files. Sorry, from those files we'll call this function and then we'll send it the file, let's say login or register or restricted, and this function is just going to add login dot template or register dot template or restricted dot template. It's going to send that as a response, right? So w is the response writer is going to send it as a response, and this is what templates dot execute template function helps you to do. All right, very straightforward. There's no magic happening here. It's just rendering the template. That is it. Nothing cool is happening here. Just 2 lines of code. I know it's quite possible that you're probably not used to using JavaScript like this. You probably are from a React background. So we have, I have other React tutorials going on, but here I don't have the time to actually build a React project. So I'm just doing it in a very quick and dirty manner. So that's why we're using this, template rendering here. It's almost very close to using handlebars if you work with Node.js or Pug for that matter. So we have created our templates.go file. We've created our new folder called templates, and then we have these 3 template files, and we're going quite fast. And I think now is a good time to start working on our middleware.go file. So we had left it in the middle, and then we didn't really come back to it. So now we'll start working on it. I think we'll start importing templates folder here, and we'll start working with the templates in this file. So here in the middleware, you'll say github.com//golang CSRF project/server/templates. All right, so at least you have templates now, and we can start using them in the places that we need them. So coming to your logic handler, I have about 2-3 more minutes, then I have to rush somewhere. So let me show you a couple of things. So with in your logic handler, you have a restricted route, right? With the restricted route, what you do is you need CSRF secret to visit all the restricted routes. So how does that happen? Here you'll have to call the grab CSRF from request function, which you have already created, and you have to pass the request to that function. After you pass the request, you say templates dot render template, and you pass your response writer to it, and then you say restricted, because I'll show you why you have to do this. And then you'll pass templates dot restricted page, and you say CSRF secret, comma, hello Akhil. Only thing here is CSRF secret shouldn't be in round brackets, but actually in curly braces. So now let's look at what we've done here, right? So templates.render template function. So this is templates.render template function. It needs a response writer. You have passed that response writer from this function. You've sent it restricted, which is now going to go into TMPL, this string, right? Which it's going to use to access the template, like restricted.tmpl, this template file, right? And then you pass the P, which is basically templates.restricted page, and you're passing your CSRF secret hello Akhil there. Okay, and then we'll use that in the restricted page. So you're yet to see the complete picture, but this is the template that you're passing here in P, the interface you're passing here in P. All right, so this is what I wanted to start off with. So this is how we will start using our templates, using the render template function, which we've created here, and we'll pass it the response writer, the template, the name of the file that we want, and this kind of interface. We'll pass it to create that file here. And similarly, we'll do that for login and register also. So here in your logic handler, in the previous video we stopped here. We did the restricted page / restricted routes. Now let's start working on login and register. So I think it's better to work on register first, and then we'll work on login, and then we'll work on logout. So I think these three functions we can take care of in this particular video. So this video could be more than 10 minutes easily. So here when you say get, right, now when you have get, right, on register route, you can actually do something with it. I mean, you don't have to just send hello to the register route. If it was just postman, we could have just said hello, right? But here since we also have a front end now, we can actually show something in the get register route. So we'll show the actual registration page. So we'll say templates dot render template w comma register ampersand templates dot register page and I've passed something else here, false comma empty string. So just don't worry about this as of now. Just understand what this is doing. This, you're passing your response writer, then you're passing the template in this case, which is register. So it'll have access to register.template file. That's what it'll execute here, right? So that's what you're rendering right now. Okay. And that is it. I mean, we don't have to type anything else. That was it. Now let's start working on our post. So what do you mean by post? By post, you basically mean that somebody is submitting their form from the front end, right? And that means your request has a form. So you'll say parse form, and let's print out the form actually to our console. And while registering, the first thing that you do when you register a user, you check if that user already exists. So we need to do that. We need to say db.fetch user by username. This is a function that we'll be creating soon in our DB file. As of now, it's not there. And here you'll say r.form, and inside that, so somebody who submitted their username in the form, we're accessing that. But you also need to do one more thing. You need to join it with an empty string. So we'll say strings dot join and username with an empty string. And here there's another closing bracket. All this function is doing is that it's fetching the user by username. You'll soon understand why we're doing this. Don't worry about it right now. All right. So we need to get this user. If anybody else is having this username, we want to get that. And we'll have 3 variables here. So we'll create this function in a way that it returns 3 different things. So it returns UUID as well, right? So firstly, if there was no error, then we'll say write header http.status unauthorized. If error is equal to nil, that means this is unauthorized for you. For this part to make any sense, I mean, you might be getting confused right now. That's because you've not seen this function. So for this to make any sense, we'll have to create this function in our DB file. Let's go to a DB folder, db.go, whatever db.go, and let's start creating the outlines of this file at least. So we'll say package db, and then you're going to import some things. So for importing, I'll need models. So I'll say github.com/golang CSRF project/db/models. So I'll need the models here, and I'll need errors and log. Those are quite standard. And we'll need the bcrypt package. So we'll say golang.org/x/crypto/bcrypt. Okay. I'll create a variable called users. It'll be a map which will have a string and have models of user. And for now it'll be empty. Models.user, this basically, it has username, password and role. So we're saying that users is a variable which has username, password and role, and it's a map basically. Here we'll be creating a couple of functions. The first function that we'll create will be func store user. We haven't used this function yet, but we'll be soon using it, because when we register a user, we'll have to store him, right? So I won't work on it right now, but in some time we'll have to work on this function. So for this function to be able to work properly, function properly, you will have to send it username, which will be string, password, which will be string, and role, which will be string. These 3 things you have to pass it so that it's able to create a user for you. And whenever a user is created, stored in the database, you return a UUID back. And if there's any issue, you'll get an error from there. So to create, actually, let's not work on this function because it might just end up confusing you. So let's work on the function that we wanted to work on, which is fetch user by username. All right. But let me also create the outline of a couple more functions that we'll need in a while, but we won't work on them right now. We'll just work on the function that we want to work on, which is fetch user by username, but I'll just create the outline of a couple of more functions. So one function that I need is initDB Another function that I need here is going to be delete user with capital D, sorry. Another function that I need here is going to be func fetch user by ID. Takes in some things, returns some things, and has a function definition. Then I have the function that I need to build right now, which is fetch user by username. It also has, it accepts some parameters, returns some values. And then just like store user, we also need a facility to store our refresh token. And we'll have a function to delete our refresh token. We'll soon use these functions and you'll understand properly what's happening here. Then you have a function to check refresh token. This, I mean, these look like they're big functions. They're very small. There's just one light function. They'll just have very small kind of a function definition. So don't get intimidated right now. Okay. Check refresh token. It will return a boolean. And we'll have a function to log the user in. We'll accept some things, return some things, and we'll have function definition. And we have two more very small functions. Don't get, like I said, don't get intimidated by these functions. These are going to be very small functions, like 1 or 2 lines each. That's it. So another very small function that we'll have is generate bcrypt hash. And another function we'll have is check password against hash. Returns an error when things go wrong. So this is it. Now you already know the function that we want to work on. It's fetch user by username. It accepts a username which is string and returns models dot user, returns a string and returns error. So let's see if that's compatible with what we're expecting it to. It returns the user model, the complete model of the user that it finds. It returns a string which is UUID and returns an error. So it's completely compatible with what we want it to do. Okay. So what you'll do here is you'll range over users and you'll say if v dot username is equal to the username that you've just passed to this function, then you'll return v, k, and nil. So here you'll say for k and v. Okay, so you'll go through every single user and v will be that user, and in that there'll be a username property, and if that's equal to username, then you'll return that, obviously you'll return the that this user exists, right? So you'll return his unique ID, you will return his complete value, the complete model of the user that you'll find, and you'll return nil for the error. And here you'll say return models dot user comma empty string and errors dot new user not found that matches the given username. So that means if there is an error, That's a great thing for us. We are expecting to see an error, because if there's an error, that means this username is not there. Then we can create a new user, right? And for registering the user. But if the user already exists, that means the error is nil. There's no error. Then it's a problem. Then just all you can do is, say that it's unauthorized. That's all you can say. All right. Now I think things would make a lot more sense to you, right? Now I think everything makes sense. So if the error is nil, then it's a problem. But if there is an error, that means that user actually exists. That user already exists in the database. That user does not exist in the database. Then we can create that user in the database. So let's start creating the user in the database. All right. So we'll say db.store user. So like I said, that's why I didn't work on this function, because working on the function, the store user function before time might have confused you, but now I think you'll have more context. So we're going to use the db.store user function to actually store the user. So here we'll say strings.join. And again, the same thing. r.form username, comma empty string. And we'll pass, we'll have to pass the password as well. So we'll say comma strings.join r.form password, comma, and here inside the this had to be inside, this bracket had to close here, and this bracket had to close here. I shouldn't have been a bracket, extra bracket here. Yeah, now everything makes sense. And comma, you'll pass the role. All right, so in the store user function, you're passing the username, password, and role. And let's see if that's what it's accepting as well. So it's accepting username, password, and role. Perfect. So it's completely compatible with how you want things to be. All right. And before this, I think we'll have to tell Golang that our role is a basic user. Actually, I don't need the headphones anymore, so I'll just remove it. It can get tiring to just keep wearing the headphones for a very long period of time. And here, after you add the user, right, it gives you a unique ID. Or it can give you an error. So if error is not equal to nil, that means error is there. So we'll print out the error. http.error w, http. Status text 500, 500, and here you will say log.print ln uuid plus uuid. All right. Now that you've registered the user, we'll have to create the cookies. So I showed you, right? When you register the user, you get those cookies. To create the cookies, we'll have to say myjwt, which is our file that we have created. We'll have to create new tokens. So in your myjwt, you have create new tokens function already. So if you didn't understand, where we'd be using this function, I think now everything will make a lot more sense to you. We're using it in the register function. So we're creating new tokens. Okay. And here, as you know, we'll pass uuid, role. All right. So here also in our myjwt, you're passing uuid and role, and it's returning an auth token, refresh token, and CSRF token. 3 things it will return. So that's like a very central function, right? So we're calling that central function, and we'll have to now capture whatever we're receiving from it in 3 different variables, as you've already seen. What are the 3 variables? Auth token string, comma, refresh token string, comma, CSRF secret, comma, error. Great. Now that we have an error, we can handle the error. So we'll say if error not equal to nil, http dot error w comma http dot status text 500 comma 500. All right. So here is, now you know what you have to do. So you'll set auth and refresh cookies. You've already seen this function, right? We've already built it together. We're going to call this set auth and refresh cookies, and we're going to pass it all this stuff, right? The auth token and refresh token and all of that stuff. So it'll set the cookie for us. So to call this function, you need to pass w, which is the response writer, but you'll have to pass a reference, actually, the address, and you'll say auth token. So till now in this series, if you've had any questions like you know, when are we using this function or this function, let's say, now we have started using these functions, so now I think everything will start making sense to you very, very fast. So that's why it's important to like stick around, because in the beginning itself, I can't just, you know, explain everything to you in one go, but we create some utility function, and when we start using it, then everything starts connecting. So you have refresh token string. Okay. And after calling this function, you are saying w.header. Now you want to set the header and send your CSRF token dot set x CSRF token, comma, CSRF secret, and w dot write header http dot status. Okay, where O and K are both capital. So that is the whole register function. And I think everything now makes sense to you. Like, you've set your cookies, you've set your header, and you've sent a status OK. And that's what we had seen in the first video when we saw the demo of the product. That's what we saw. That's what you get back. For your default, we'll say write header http dot status method not allowed, because we have only get and post. If we're trying like patch and delete and all of those, we'll say status method not allowed. So if you're noticing, we're also, I mean, this format that I'm using, like, we are not using Gin, but this format that we're using is also quite bulletproof, right? It's handling so many different things for us. And then you'll have your logout functions. Let's build our logout function, which is quite easy. So we'll say nullify token cookies, pass w and r. So if you were wondering what this nullify token cookies does, it basically makes the values 0 for auth token and refresh token, and it revokes your refresh token and sets the cookie with these new empty values. And this is only used for logging out. When you've logged out, you don't need to have cookies anymore. And here you'll also redirect to w, r, / login page and 302 route. All right. So now I think you're feeling pretty confident, because you've used your set auth and refresh cookies, you've used nullify token cookies, function already. This one we have not used yet. In your db.go, we have used fetch user by username function, right? Models, we have already used user and token claims many times. In templates, you've used the render template function. In my JWT, you have used the create new tokens function, and we've used, and which in turn create new tokens is in turn using create auth token and create refresh token string functions. So now I think everything is kind of coming together and everything is making sense. I'm pretty sure it's making sense for you, right? So I will continue the rest of the code in the next video. We'll work on our login function, and where is it? Where's the login? Yeah, so we'll work on our login function, and we can also work on our auth handlers as well. So those are the things we'll try and tackle. So I wanted to show you something which will be very handy when we work with our auth handler. So I've started my server now, all right? Not for this project, but the project that I've already created, right? For that project. This one obviously I'm building with you, so it's not complete. But for the project that I've already built, I've started that server for that. And now let me show you something. So I'm on localhost 9000. And if I try to use a route like, let's say, logout, it says unauthorized. And in your what do you call it, terminal, yeah, in your terminal, you see no CSRF token there, and unauthorized attempt, JWTs are not valid, right? So if the user is logged in, as in if the user has the right CSRF token, then he can easily, whenever he goes to the restricted route, it's easy. You just get the CSRF token, and then you show him this route. But when he doesn't have all those cookies and all of that, he is not registered or logged in or any of that, and if he tries to access restricted logout and delete user routes, then we want something to happen. We want to check all these conditions, right, and say that you don't have a CSRF token, you don't have it's an unauthorized attempt, your JWTs are not valid. So we want all of that to be handled, and that's what we're going to handle in this video. And apart from that, we'll try to also complete our login function in this video itself. Okay, so let's get started. Here in your restricted logout and delete user case, you'll log .println, you'll say in auth restricted section. I'll just remove my headphones. Okay, and now you'll say r.cookie to check. You'll get your auth token cookie, and you'll capture that in a variable called auth cookie, and then you can also have an auth error, and now we'll handle the auth error. So now there will be multiple types of auth errors. So first will be if auth error is equal to http dot error no cookie, which means it's a new cookie error. So you'll say log dot println, you'll say unauthorized attempt no auth cookie, right? Just like the one you just saw here, no auth cookie. Okay, this one is different. I think it says JWT is not valid, but here you would have gotten no auth cookie. Okay, no, we'll show these as well, don't worry. We're working on this also. So you'll say nullify token cookies and $w, r, and you'll return a error status saying http dot status text 401 comma 401, and you'll return from here. And here you'll say else if auth error is not equal to nil, that means the error is there. So you'll panic. You'll say log.panic. Percentage plus v comma auth error, and you'll nullify the token cookies and you'll print out the error. http dot status text 500 comma 500, and you'll return. Cool. And you'll also check for refresh token, so you'll say r dot cookie refresh token. And similarly, what you just did here, you'll do the same thing here. You'll capture that in a variable called refresh cookie, and you'll have, instead of auth error, you'll have refresh error. All right. And similarly, just what we did here, we'll do the same thing again. Nothing fancy. We'll say if refresh error is http dot no cookie, that means there's no cookie. We're just going to say log dot println unauthorized attempt, no refresh cookie found. Okay, and then we'll nullify token cookies and the same stuff. We'll just redirect the user to the login route, telling him to log in Mr. before you access these type of things. And else if there is an error with the refresh error, that means the error is there, not equal to nil, that means you will log.panic, the same thing. You'll log.panic and you'll panic percentage plus v comma refresh error, and you'll nullify token cookies ampersand wr. Nullify token cookies is a function that's already here, and that's the one that I'm using again and again. It just revokes the tokens. And here you'll say http dot error w comma http dot status text (500, 500), and you return from here. And here we'll also grab the CSRF token. So we'll say grab CSRF token from request, which is already a function here. Grab CSRF token from request. Grab CSR. There shouldn't be any token. Grab CSR from request. That's the function name. And here we'll say request CSRF token. So whatever CSRF token you send in the request, it's going to grab it. It's going to capture it in this variable called request CSRF token, and we're going to print it out. So we'll say log.println request CSRF token. Okay, now let's check the JWTs for the validity. So to do that, we'll call a function called check and refresh function. So we'll say my JWT dot check and refresh tokens auth cookie dot value comma refresh cookie dot value and we'll send a request CSRF token. So in your my JWT file, you'll have a function called check and refresh tokens, which we have not built till now, but we'll build it right now. And this is the function we call, and we pass our auth cookies value and refresh cookies value. So I'll check those tokens and it'll refresh it for us, provided that CSRF token is correctly passed. And here we'll say auth token string comma refresh token string comma CSRF secret comma header. These are the 4 things that will be returned. And the reason for that is that this function check and refresh token is very similar to create new tokens function, right? So create new tokens sends you back auth token, refresh token, and CSRF secret and error. And similarly, check and refresh tokens is also going to do the same thing for you. It's going to send you all these things. So now if there's an error, let's handle the error. So if error not equal to nil, and let's start checking what type of errors there are. So if error is error is equal to unauthorized, which basically happened in our case. Now our browser has those cookies, so it was using those cookies, you're using the CSRF token here, and that's why it reached here. It wasn't caught here, right? That there's no refresh cookie or auth cookie. We already have refresh and auth cookies, but because our error came out to be unauthorized, that's why we entered this flow. And here what we'll print out to the console is unauthorized attempt JWT is not valid. And then you'll have your http dot error w comma http dot status text 401. Okay, so let's go back here and go to our register route. Here let's register with as Akhil Sharma and password. So I'll register. Okay, now if I try to hit any of these routes, there won't be any issues. But once I log out, and now I try to hit the logout route after I've logged out, it says no auth cookie, right? Earlier we were getting JW is not valid. Now we are getting no auth cookie, because when we log out, it deletes our auth cookies. But earlier I was not logged out, so that's why I was saying that JW is not valid. All right, so that's how the errors are coming here. I hope it's all making a lot more sense now. Then you have your return from this function, and here you'll have else log.panic error is not nil, and we'll show you the error. Percentage plus v comma error, and http dot error w comma http dot status text 500 comma 500, and return from this function. So here, if there are no issues, then it'll just say I have successfully recreated your JWTs. If you had the refresh token which was right and auth token was only expired, then it'll just successfully create JWTs for you. And here you'll say .header .set access control allow origin for the course error, so that you don't get a course error. And here we'll put star. All right, And if it's default, then there is no check necessary, right? And after this, we'll say next dot serve HTTP and w comma r. And here a couple of things are remaining. So now what we have to do is we have to set auth and refresh cookies with the new cookies. So we'll pass a w, we'll pass auth token string that we just received here, auth token string, refresh token, all of that we'll pass here to our set auth and refresh token. So here we'll pass auth token string, comma, refresh token string. Why? Because this function set auth and refresh cookies takes these values. All right. So once you've set that, you'll also set your sorry, where is it? Yeah. So once you've set that, you will also set your header with the CSRF token dot set XCSRF token, comma CSRF secret that you just received out here from the that you just received here from the check and refresh tokens function. All right. And generally from this function towards the end, you return a handler func, which takes in this complete function that you just created, right? This whole function that you just created. That's what you return from this function called auth handler. So this was a big function compared to the others. And now I think in the next video I'll tackle login, because I think even you've been at it for long, so it's quite possible that you may have to fill in the gaps, right? As in with just what we just created, you may have to just go through it again and try and understand what's happening. And I've already shown you in the demo right now, just in this video itself, as in why we need all this, right? Why we need all these errors and where exactly they're coming. So I'm pretty sure it's not very complex to understand what's happening, but maybe in the code you want to go through it again and see, how all this is happening. So I think you can see my screen now. So what I've done is, from the previous video, the thing that has changed now is that I've installed a couple of extensions on my VS Code based on the suggestions of many beginner developers, because many people are not very comfortable with looking at incorrect code on the screens. I mean, in the sense, when you become an experienced developer, then you are comfortable with writing the code, even if there are mistakes, because you know that you can debug them very easily later on. You can fix them out. But I can understand that few people, they get really they find it difficult to follow along if I'm writing something wrong, or maybe like, for example, a spelling mistake, or mostly like a spelling mistake, or I do do not complete or finish a bracket or something, because I'm really used to working like that. Because let's say if you want to go for an advanced engineering position like a CTO or a director of engineering or a technical architect, the kind of rounds that they will put you in, or like even if it's a senior engineering developer or something like that, even if you are in a position like that, the kind of interview process that will happen won't let you use your favorite IDE, right? So for the advanced developers amongst you, my suggestion would always be to never use any extensions. Do not depend on any extensions, and keep dependence on libraries also as low as possible, because you can get into serious trouble during interviews. For really good engineering companies, they won't accept you if you're not able to debug on your own. Okay, please remember that. Anyhow, but I have installed them so that the beginners amongst us are also comfortable with looking at whatever I'm typing, so that the extensions will tell me when to close my brackets, when to when I've written the name of function wrong, or one library I've forgot to import, or I've called the wrong function, right? So all of that will be taken care of now. So just go ahead and install the basic Golang packages extension. Just go to the extensions tab on your VS Code and just install the first 4 that come up when you write Golang. Just install the first 4 so that they'll take care of everything. You don't have to install any more packages, right? I don't know the names. I just installed the first 4 packages. That's all I did. Anyhow, when I did that, I can easily, so now if you have been following me for quite some time, you know that usually at the end, when I build the project, at the end, I run the project and I build the project and I get all those hundreds of errors and I solve them one by one. That kind of builds your debugging capability. But now a lot of the issues are, like I said, will be handled for us. So here, like I've made this mistake here, listen and serve, it should be, because listen server is not a function, listen serve is a function. So that squiggly line now goes away, and that issue has gone away now. But it's showing me that this it's not being able to import this middleware folder. So we'll take care of that later on. But let's fix the syntactical issues right now. So in your middleware.go file, I have an issue here on line 172 in the set auth and refresh cookies function. I had to put an is equal to here, which I have not, and now that issue has also kind of gone away. In my myjwt.go file, there is an issue somewhere that I had found. Yeah, here there is a here there's a small squiggly line. As you can see, there's one issue here, and after that squiggly line I can see a very small after this function I can see a very small squiggly line. I just have to put a comma here and it'll go away. And now once I did that, Golang now starts, the extension for VS Code now starts understanding more of the Golang code. It's given us 9+ errors. That means there are many more issues that we need to take care of, which we will very soon. So you don't have to worry about that now. But I just fixed the urgent ones, or the ones that were basically like blockers basically. All right. So what I want to do in this video is I want to go to myjwt.go file, and I want to finish this function called check and refresh tokens. Now, if you have been following the regular JWT authentication series, you already know why you want to check and refresh tokens, right? So whenever tokens have expired, or the user trying to log in again, or he already has some tokens and he wants the new token every 30-40 minutes, whatever. You want to check and refresh tokens for that user or for that entity, not user, but probably in some cases it's entities now, because even bots, they make requests to APIs now, right? So if you are a developer, you have to be aware that in after 2022 or 2021, a lot of the API calls are being made by bots and not by human beings, right? Or scrapers and bots and all of those different things. So entity. So I wouldn't say human being or a user. I would say some entity that's making a request here. You would want to check their tokens. You'd want to also update the tokens. Now this function will take some things and will return a couple of things. So what does it take? What does it accept? It accepts your old auth token string, which is a string, and your old refresh token string, which is again a string, and your old CSRF token secret, your old CSRF secret, which is again a string. Okay, so it takes these 3 things, which is obviously very similar to what we have done in the JWT authentication series, right? It takes your old token, new token, and the secret key to be able to basically parse and check whether you. So let's say if I am an entity who's trying to log in, and I'm trying to give some wrong tokens, but by trying to pass off as a real user of this platform, whereas I didn't have the real actual token created by this particular system, right? So we need to check that. So that's why we need these 3 things before we want to check that are these tokens real or not. That's why we need the secret as well. And then depending on whether this is an authorized user and already a real user, and not just trying to give us some random token and refresh token just to get the new refresh token, right? After we've done that, after we've done those checks, we want to return the new auth token string. Now, just as a side note for anybody who's not worked with authentication a lot, you don't want to have the token that you return you don't want to have the life of the token for very long. Ideally you want it to be like 30 minutes or so, and you want the user to again and again ask you for the new token. Because if you have like a token that lives on for 1 year or 2 years, that makes your system very susceptible to issues and security threats. So this is the reason why we even have this function, right? So many people might be having this question: why do we need so many functions? Why do we need a function for refresh token and all that? And it's pointless, and why we're wasting time? We're not wasting time. It's super important, right? It's super important. You need to have this kind of function. So it returns the new auth token string and returns new refresh token string as well. It returns your new CSRF secret, which again is a string, and it can return error as well. So now you get started with the rest of the process. In the rest of the process, we have to do a couple of things. Firstly, we want to check if the old CSRF secret is even there or not there, right? If it's not there, then that means the user is trying to do something wrong. And then you want to parse that token and check whether the token matches or not, right? With the claims. And then if everything is valid, right? If everything goes well, then we'll process the rest of the things, right? The whole process of creating new tokens for the user. Okay. So now, like I said, the first thing that you want to do is you want to check if the old CSRF secret is a blank string. So we'll say log.println no CSRF token. That means obviously this user is not going to be allowed. And you want to say errors.new, and you want to return an unauthorized error that the user is not authorized. And you want to return from this function. Now it's giving squiggle lines for log and errors because we don't have those packages here. So let me just get the log and errors package. And coming back here. Now I'm going to say jwt.parse with claims. And what do you want to pass? Sorry, not pass. So yeah, so whatever you want to parse from the token, you want to send it to this function, which the JWT library provides you with. Okay. So what is it? It's old auth token string, comma, models.token claims. Func token dot token, and this function which so you want to parse the old token string, you want to pass token.claims, and this is part of your models that you've created. All right, and here what you want to return, this function what it will return is basically an interface. So you'll say interface, comma, error. All right, and now this function will need to have some kind of a definition. The definition will just be return verify key, comma, nil. And after this, here you want to say auth token dot claims dot models dot token claims, and you want to capture that in a variable called auth token claims, and you'll get back okay if everything is okay. So if everything is okay in this from this function, it will return back okay, which is going to be a true or false kind of a value. And here, if it's not okay, you just return directly, right? And if old CSRF secret is not equal to auth token claims dot CSRF, you're gonna say CSRF token doesn't match JWT. Okay, which is again a serious problem, because if your CSRF token doesn't match the JWT, obviously you don't want them to go ahead. So you'll say errors.new, again unauthorized. So all we're doing is we're just doing a couple of checks, right? If wholesale secret is not there, or wholesale secret is not equal to what we're getting back from the token claims, which is the value for CSRF, then also again it's an issue, right? Again, we're just checking for issues. That's all we're checking, so that nobody is able to try to manipulate the system. Now comes the most important part, actually. Once we've done these checks, now these checks were optional. You can do them. You can, if you don't want to do them, you can skip them. But obviously, once the auth token is valid, the steps that you want to do after that are important, because those are not skippable. I mean, you can't. It's not optional, right? Which is giving back these values from this function, which we have written as the part of the description of the function. So here you want to say print ln. If everything is okay, you want to say auth token is valid. And after you say that auth token is valid, you want to then okay, I just realized a very stupid mistake that I've made. Is that what's returned from this function is basically our auth token. So it was always there in my mind, but I just forgot to like write it out. So I hope that kind of clears everything out for you. I can assume if you are having some kind of an issue understanding where did this auth token come from, right? Auth token dot valid. How am I checking that? It's from here. That's how I'm checking the auth token, right? So if auth token is valid, then you wanna print this out. You wanna say, sorry, yeah. Here also we've used the same auth token. Anyhow, so if auth token is valid, then you wanna say that auth token is valid. And after this, what you want to do is you want to start returning or start thinking about all the things that you want to return from this function. So firstly, you know that you want to return the new CSRF secret, and then you want to return these two things, these two variables, parameters, sorry, from this function. How do you do that now? So firstly, let's think about the new CSRF secret. Then let's think about new refresh token string, and then let's think about the new auth token string. So for the new CSRF secret, we'll have auth token claims dot CSRF. For the new refresh token string, you want to have the update refresh token expiry function. Yeah, that's what you want to call. And you want to pass your old refresh token string. But this function will also return an error. So we'll say comma error. Now for your new token, auth token string, you're going to call old auth token string. Your old auth token string will become the new auth token string here. And you want to return from this function. Right? So we are getting somewhere. This function is about to, get completed. And then this function that we talked about, right? Update refresh token expiry on expiry. This is the function that we'll have to work with after we complete the function that we're working on already. So check and refresh tokens, we'll finish that. And then we'll work on this function update refresh token expiry. In this video, I want to take some time and finish off a couple of the database level functions. Because no matter where we are in the project, we're going to be calling some database level functions, and it's just good to have some of them in place, some of them to do with the users, right? And then we will resume what we were doing with the create refresh token string function. And then we'll also work on our middleware functions after that. So let's go to our db.go file. And here what I want to do is, I have my users, I've defined my users as a map of strings, and there will be multiple models.user. In the sense, we've defined a user here, which will have a username, password, hash, and role. And the users is going to be a map, which will be multiple strings, and basically multiple users will be there. Okay. So before I start writing the initDB function, what I'll do is I'll also create a refresh token, which is basically a map, again, string. And now what the initDB function does is basically it creates refresh tokens, and it creates, as you know, that make function just creates a new map based on whatever you tell it to make, it'll make it for you. So in this case, you want to make a map string again, basically initializing the refresh tokens. That's what we're doing here. And again, this also is refresh tokens, multiple or plural, because multiple tokens is what we want to store there, right? Because storing just one token does not require a map. Storing multiple tokens requires a map. So that's what your initDB function does. Now for your store user function, like you've noticed that it requires a username and password and role, and returns a UUID and error after basically the new user is created. So what we'll do is we'll first say random strings dot generate random string. We've built both the functions already, right? Generate random strings and bytes, both of them are ready. So generate random strings, and 32 will be the length. Whatever comes back, we'll store it as UUID. Now you can use a separate UUID package to do this for you, but I just wanted to show you a different approach here. I mean, in some cases, sometimes people become so dependent on external libraries that they don't know what's actually happening inside the library. So if you were to create a UUID, if you were to use a library like that, all that's happening is basically this is all that's happening. It's just generating a random, byte for you, random string for you, and this is how it's creating it. This is how a UUID is created. Okay. Now, what we'll say is if error is not equal to nil, you return nothing and you return the error. That means if the error is there, then you want to return nothing, and for the UUID, and you want to return the error. But otherwise, we want to perform some functions. So firstly, what we want to perform, the function that we want to perform is we want to check if the UUID that was created right now is even unique or not. So, I mean, if you use an external library for UUID, you wouldn't have to do that because you can be sure that it always creates a new unique ID for you. In this case, you just want to check that. So you'll say u is equal to models.user, and for u it's not equal to users UUID. Random strings dot generate random string 32. If error is not equal to nil, then return empty and error. And when you're storing the user, right, in the database, you also want to generate a decrypt hash. So when you store a user, basically, you don't want to store the user directly with the password that he's chosen. You want to hash it always. And the hashing algorithm, we get it from this package called bcrypt, which we have imported here, I think. Yeah, xcrypt or bcrypt. And what this does for us is that if somebody somehow gets hold of our database, they can't just take all the passwords, because all the passwords should be encrypted and hashed, basically. That's what we're doing here. And we'll capture this in a variable called password hash. And the error that we may get here can be captured in hash error, a new variable for just handling the error, so that we can handle the error like this. If hash error is not equal to nil, error will become equal to hash error. And that's what we'll return later on. Let me pull this in the, in this line. And now what you want to do is you want to say users UUID is equal to models.user username comma password hash comma role, and you'll return UUID comma error. So this is what your store user function does. Your delete user function does something very similar, just deletes that particular user from the users that you've created, the map that you've created of users. It'll just delete that particular user with a particular UUID. That means to this function you'll just pass the UUID, which is type string and models dot user comma error. Right? Now fetch user by ID function almost works like it would in a database. Here, as of now, I'm just using maps of strings. I have not started using a database as of now. Okay, this is our database for now, just the maps. That's it. We don't have an actual database like MongoDB or Postgres. But if we plan to add it in the future, which I may plan or may not plan, I might just leave it here, because the most important thing that I want to show you is the CSRF tokens and how to work with it rather than working with the database, because I've already covered in multiple videos on how to work with many different types of databases, right? SQLite, MySQL, MongoDB, Postgres, Redis, even Redis. Now I'll be covering Cockroach and MariaDB as well, and Cassandra in the future. So you can watch any of those videos and take that code and paste it here. It'll work completely fine. But just to keep things simple, I'm just as of now not using our database here. So for fetch user by ID, what we'll do is we'll say UUID string, because obviously if you want to fetch a particular user, you want to pass that ID, their ID, right? And what this returns is it returns a lot of users. It returns that particular user, sorry. And that will be of type models or user, because the model we already defined in our models package, and we've defined it as a user, because that's what we want to return here. So first let's define a variable called u. It'll be users or UUID. And then a blank user that we want to return from here. So models dot user and an empty struct. As you can see, the models dot user is a struct, but when you want to initialize a struct and as an empty struct, you write like this, 2 empty brackets at the end. So if blank user not equal to u, you're going to say return u comma nil, and else return u comma errors dot new user not found that matches given UUID. Awesome. Now you already have the code for fetch user by username. So we've completed 2 more functions here, 3 more functions here, and you want to just save this. So this generate bcrypt hash, right? It's giving you a quick line here because it's not an error. It's not a function that exists at the moment. Oh, sorry, it is a function that exists at the moment. Generate bcrypt hash. Okay, I think it's what's not matching is that I've not written here password and string, and what it returns a string or an error. Now hopefully, yeah, so as you can see, the squiggly line have gone away because I'm using the function as it intended to be used. So for the store refresh token, what I'll do is I'll return JDI, which is a string, and an error. Doesn't take anything. And but before that, what I'll do is I'll work on the generate bcrypt hash function, because we just talked about it, we just use it here, and it doesn't exist, as in we have not written the function definition. So it just makes more sense to actually work on this function than any other function before it. All right, so how does generate bcrypt hash function work? It uses the bcrypt library to create the hash. So the function that we get is generate from password. And what does it generate? Byte comma bcrypt dot default cost, and you'll get hash comma errors. And you'll return a string with the hash, or you'll return an error. So this is what this function does. Now let's work on this function called log user in, which is called from your myjwt.go. So here you'll have your username string, take password, which is a string. You'll return models.user comma string comma error, if in case there's an error. So what happens here is you fetch that user by name. So I'm making this function now because this function exists. We already have this function. So to log the user in, firstly I'll get that user using his name, because I'll be passing the username right to this function, so I'll have access to the username. And this function, as you can see here, returns three different things: models.user, string, and error. So now all the things that we did earlier are kind of coming together, and I hope everything is kind of making sense to you better. And here you'll have user and error. So you'll say log dot println user comma uuid comma user error. If user error is not equal to nil, we'll return models dot user comma empty for the string and user error. From user comma uuid check password against hash, and user dot password hash comma password. So what this function does, check password against hash, a very similar kind of a thing setup we have used in JWT series as well, and in the e-commerce series that we are right now working on, and the restaurant management series. All those series we have kind of done a very similar thing where the user will provide a password, and we have his password stored with the hash in our database. In this case, it's not a database, it's just a map of strings. So whatever you have stored, we want to compare that, both the passwords we want to compare. We want to see if those passwords match or not. And that's what we're doing here. Okay. To log the user in, you must check that. First, you must check if the user even exists with you, right? That's why you're fetching the user by username, right? And you're also checking his password against the hash. Now, what you're going to do is we're going to work on this function called check password against hash, because it's again a bcrypt function. So this takes in your hash, which is a string, takes in the password, which is a string, and obviously returns an error. And you'll return bcrypt dot compare hash and password, byte and hash, comma byte and password. Awesome. In this video, I want to take care of the store refresh token function, delete refresh token function, and the check refresh token functions in the database.go file. Now, as you know that we're not using a real database here. We're just using like maps to store some data. So think of this as a users collection and refresh tokens collection if we were using a MongoDB, or users table and refresh tokens table if we were using an SQL related database. Okay. So for the store refresh token function, all we're going to do essentially is going to store something in this variable, refresh tokens variable. All right. And this function is supposed to return JTI or an error. So what you'll do is you'll say random strings dot generate random string. As you can see, generate random string is becoming quite an important function out here, right? And after you get that random string generated, you're going to store that in a variable called JTI. And obviously, whenever you call a function like this, you might encounter an error, and that's what you want to check for out here. So if error is not equal to nil, you want to return JTI or error, which is basically the random string. You want to return that. And we want to check if that JTI is unique or not. So what you want to do is you want to say for refresh tokens. Refresh tokens is the map, so we want to run a loop over that complete map. Okay. Is not equal to an empty string. We'll say random strings dot generate random string 32 and JTI comma error is equal to. If error is not equal to nil, we want to return JTI comma error. And at the end, you want to say refresh tokens JTI is equal to valid and return JTI comma error. Awesome. Now you want to delete the refresh token. So this function takes again JTI, which is a string. To delete the refresh token function, you want to pass the refresh tokens the map, and you want to pass the ID, the unique ID, which is stored in JTI, and it will delete that particular refresh token from this map. And check refresh token, again, it's quite straightforward. You'll have JTI, which will be a string, and returns a boolean true or false. Return refresh token, sorry, not check refresh token, it will just refresh tokens JTI not equal to. So we're just checking if it's not equal to an empty string. So that was it with all our database level functions. Everything looks quite sorted. And now you want to switch your focus back to the myjwt.go file, where we were working on the check and refresh tokens function. Now in the check and refresh tokens function, we had checked if the auth token was valid, and then we did something about it. But let's say if it's not valid, right? The reason for it to not be valid could be that the auth token is probably expired, or it's just not valid, right? Or and it has a validation error. So what we want to do is I want to take this variable called VE and check with OK as well. And you want to see jwt dot validation error log dot println auth token is not valid. If ve dot errors ampersand jwt dot validation error expired is not equal to 0, then you wanna println so you want to check for expired, right? So like I said, there are two reasons when it could have a validation error, that auth token is not valid. The other could be that the validation error could be around expiry. So you're going to check if the auth token is expired or not, right? So in this case, it could be expired. Now, if the auth token is expired, what you want to do is you want to update auth token string. So update auth token string. And it's this function that we have not worked on yet. Okay. So coming back here, you want to pass old refresh token string to it and old auth token string to it. And what you get back is new auth token string, new CSRF secret, and error. Then again, you want to check for if error is not equal to nil. You just want to return from it. And you would want to update the expiry for the refresh token by passing the old refresh token string. The old refresh token, you'll pass that and you'll update its expiry. And you will get new refresh token string with the updated expiry limit. Again, we'll check for the error here. So if error is not equal to nil, we will return again from here. And lastly, one of the last things you want to do is you want to check for update refresh token CSRF. In this function, you'll pass new refresh. Now, we have not worked on these functions yet, but we will very soon, right? After this, we'll just work on these functions only. So we'll have new CSRF secret. These are the two things that you want to pass here. And what you get back is new refresh token string, comma the error, and you want to return from this function. Now after return, you will have an little else loop here, out here. So for this if, you want to put an else. So you'll say else log dot println error in auth token, and error is equal to errors dot new error in auth token. And after that, you will just return from this function. And for this if, the outside if, this one, or the else if, you will have another else. So let's say else log dot println error in auth token, and again errors dot new error in auth token. Okay, so it could be not valid or expired, but if it's not falling into those conditions, you're saying after else that there's an error in the auth token itself, and you can't do anything about it. It's not a validation error, it's not an expiry error. Okay, and you return it. So all of these conditions that I'm checking for, all of the extra work, all of this boilerplate that I'm writing, it's completely optional, but I'm just showing you the best practices, the best way to handle all of these different things, to have so many functions, to make sure the system is as secure as possible. That's what I've done. I mean, I can take it 5x more. I can have like a lot more security built in, but that will start beating the purpose, because there is no limit to how much you can over engineer something, right? There is no limit. So I'm just trying kind of drawing a line in the sand that these are the kind of checks I'll have, this is the kind of security I'll have, but I can go beyond. Trust me, I can go beyond, but I don't want to, because because you can keep over engineering something, right? I mean, in the real world, I would say this much is enough. You don't need to go ahead of this unless you're with a fintech kind of a product or solution, and there you need extra security. I can understand that, but in other projects, please don't go beyond this. Whatever I'm showing, that should be like your final line as well. Don't go beyond this. Don't try to over engineer above this, right? I'm speaking from experience. You'll end up writing too much code and nobody will understand it, and you won't actually get anything done, because this will ensure that your system is quite secure in 90% of the cases. Okay. And if error is equal to errors.new, and you'll say unauthorized, and you want to return from this function. In this video, I will be taking care of the update refresh token expiry function in the my.jwt.go file. That's because we were working on this function called check and refresh tokens, and we came across all these different functions that we have not worked on yet, which I have defined, but I've not I've created the structure for them or the outline for them, but I've not really actually started working on these functions. And that's why we're getting all those squiggly lines there, because Golang is saying that these functions don't really have any definition in them, or they don't accept the parameters the way you have you wanted to. So what we'll do is we'll actually start working on these functions. So I'll start with the update refresh token expiry function. All it's going to do is it's going to take an old refresh token and it's going to give back a new refresh token by just adding some time to it, so that expiry time increases. So that's what I'll do. I'll say old refresh token string is accepted, returns new refresh token string is returned, which is a string, and you have errors. Awesome. So we'll have jwt.parse with claims, old refresh token string, and models.token claims, and a function which takes a token jwt.token, returns an interface with an error. And this function will have some definition. So this function will return verify key, with nil, and then you want to have refresh token dot claims, models dot token claims, and in this way you'll get access to your old refresh token claims as well. And just the way we've been doing it, we have this boolean called OK, and if things are not OK, then you just want to return from this function. And now comes the most important part, where the refresh token expiration, you want to just add some time to it. Refresh token valid time dot unix. Okay, so this was the most important line. This is what we want to do in this function, ideally. Now we want to create the refresh claims, and we'll do that by that we have defined the token claims in the models. So we'll say jwt dot standard claims, and you have a couple of fields there, right? You have ID, you have subject, and you have expires at, and the way you will access them would be using your refresh token claims, old refresh token claims. So the reason we got access to the old refresh token claims is because we need it here, out here. This is why we did this whole part. Okay. And now let's write here for ID. It will be old refresh token claims dot standard claims dot ID, comma. For subject will be old refresh token claims dot standard claims dot subject, comma, subject, comma. And for expires at will be refresh token expiry and comma at the end. Here also you'll put a comma and you'll add old refresh token claims dot role and old refresh token claims dot CSRF. So old refresh token claims was really important, and you got access to so many things, right? The ID, the subject, the role, the CSRF token, all of that we got access to from getting our token claims by using the refresh token and claims. Okay. Now, what you want to do is you want to create a RSA256 signer. So you'll say refresh JWT. Use the JWT library to use this new with claims function. We'll say JWT dot get signing method RS256 comma refresh claims, and then you'll have refresh JWT dot signed string sign key, and this is how you get your new refresh token string, and you want to return from this function. So that's it. That's your update refresh token expiry function. Awesome. And now what I'll do is we'll also work on our revoke refresh token function. But actually, let's actually work on the grab UUID function, because we'll be, I'll explain to you where we need it. For now, let's work on this. Auth token string, and it returns a string or an error. So in the grab UUID, you'll have JWT dot parse with claims. You have your auth token string ampersand models dot token claims, comma. The function will have token JWT dot token, and the interface will be returned. So from this function, an interface will be returned or an error. Now this is the same function that we have used a lot of times. JWT dot parse with claims. You get access to this function in the JWT package, and you'll have some type of a function definition here. So here you'll say return empty comma errors dot new error fetching claims, and here you'll say auth token So this helps you to create your get your auth token, and auth token claims auth token dot claims dot models dot token claims. And here we always know that with this we also have our OK flag, and we always check our OK flag just like we've been doing in all the videos in the series. Return empty errors dot new error fetching claims, and then return auth token claims dot standard claims dot subject comma. So this subject basically that this is returning. So if you search for subject, you will see that subject that we have set for the refresh token string and for the auth token string. The subject is always the UUID, and this function is called that we just created is called grab UUID. Now to grab the UUID means that you have to access the subject, right? Because that's what we have set there in those two functions. To get the UUID, you'll have to first get the token, then you'll have to get the token claims, right? And inside the token claims, you'll have standard claims. Inside that is the subject, right? So just to verify that, if you look at this, so you have the auth claims, right? Which are inside the token claims have the standard claims, JWT standard claims. Inside that is your subject. And that's what we have done basically out here. So it grabs the UUID, right? And I want you to keep this function like this for now. And we'll use it in a couple of places, and I'll explain to you why we need it. But just create this for now and just understand that this helps you to get this subject that you created yourself, that we created some time back. Okay. Now I'll end this video here, and in the next video we'll start working on the other functions, these three functions, and then we'll also work in our middleware. So thanks a lot for watching, and do subscribe to this channel. We were in our myjwt.go file, and we had to work on our update auth token string function. This function just checks for your refresh token string and then assigns or creates a new auth token for you. So what we want to do here is we want to take a refresh, we want to accept refresh token string, which is string, and we want to accept the old auth token string, which is again string. And what we're going to return here is basically the new auth token. So it'll say new auth token string. So whenever we are creating a new auth token, we also want to create a CSRF secret, new CSRF secret. So we'll say CSRF secret that will also be created here, which is again string, and error is sent if there's some error from here. Now in this function, what you want to write basically is you want to create, you want to say jwt.parse with claims. So first let's create the new refresh tokens and then create the regular auth tokens. So we'll say refresh token is equal to jwt.parse with claims. And this takes your refresh token string, comma, your token claims and your function. The function takes a jwt.token, and this returns an interface, comma, error. Now inside this function you will return verify key, and for the error we're returning nil for now. And just along with the refresh token, you'll also have your refresh token claims, and you'll say refresh token dot claims dot models dot token claims. So when you call this function, right, you get access to the refresh token claims that you get from here, or you have this boolean called OK, and we can check for this boolean. If boolean is not OK, which is basically it's false, then that means there's an error, and you want to call the errors package dot new saying error reading the JWT claims. Okay. So this refresh token that was created, you're checking out its claims and you're capturing that here. But if there's an error, you would say that there's error reading the JWT claims, and you would return from here. Now after you're done with that, you would call the db.checkRefreshToken function and pass refresh token claims to it, dot the standard claims dot id will be passed, and you'll check if the refresh token is valid. So you'll say refresh token dot valid, and you'll issue a new auth token. So you'll say JWT, just like you created the refresh token. That is always the way to create a new token, by the way. Whether it be regular token or refresh token, this is the only function that you have access to. You get this function called parse with claims, which is a part of the JWT package that helps you create a new token all the time. So here you'll say JWT dot parse with claims again. You pass it the old auth token string, and you say models dot token claims, comma function and token. The function takes JWT dot token and returns just like what we did here, right? Because always we've used this function so much in the series now that I've stopped explaining it properly, but basically it always takes a string, always takes the token claims, and always takes a function, and then that function basically that function returns an interface or an error if things go wrong, and there's a definition of that function. So the function definition will return the verify key and nil, and you want to capture that in auth token, and now once you have access to auth token, just like what you did with refresh token, exactly the same thing we'll do. So we'll say auth token dot claims. So I just realized that my face may have been covering the code. So let me show you this line again. Just make sure you got it right. It's basically auth token is equal to JWT dot parse with claims, old auth token string, takes in models dot claims and function interface error, and it returns verify key and nil. So I apologize if my face was covering it. I'm just keeping the code here for a while. Please feel free to pause and check it out once before you move forward. So here, basically we had to say auth token dot claims dot models dot token claims, and you would have old auth token claims comma okay, and just like we did here, we'll handle okay also, which is our flag. So we'll say if not okay, then error is equal to errors dot new error reading JWT claims, and we'll return from here. And then you just want to create a new CSRF secret. So what we'll say is we'll say generate. So since it's there in models, we'll say models dot generate CSRF secret, and we'll capture that in a variable called CSRF secret. And there could be an error out here, so we'll handle that error also. So we'll say if error is not equal to nil, we'll return from here. And now comes the time to create the new auth token string. So we'll say create auth token string, and we'll pass the old auth token claims dot standard claims dot subject and old auth token claims dot role and the CSRF secret, and you will return from here. And here for this if, you'll put an else, and you say refresh token has expired. Obviously, if it's not valid, then you'll say the refresh token has just expired, and you'd want to delete refresh token. So here we'll pass refresh token claims dot claims dot id, and we'll create an error saying errors dot new unauthorized. And lastly, it will return from this file in this function. And again, if you'll put another else here, so you'll say else sorry, not here, but for this other if. So for this if, you want to create an else here for that, so you'll say else, and you'll say log dot println refresh token has been revoked is equal to errors dot new unauthorized, and you'll return. So this was your entire function. All that's happening is that it's taking your refresh token string and your old auth token string, and it's returning your new token string and CSRF secret. And then how we start is we create a refresh token with a pass with claims, and then we get the refresh token claims as well, and then we check for the refresh token. So if the token is valid, then you'll create your auth token along with the claims and the CSRF secret. And lastly, you will call the function create auth token string, or you'll say that a refresh token has expired. And for the outside if that doesn't work, you'll say a refresh token has been revoked, and you'll get an unauthorized error. So this is basically what I want to show you in this video. And in the next video, we'll try to finish the revoke refresh token function and update refresh token CSRF functions, both of these. And then we'll be on our way to finishing, like almost finishing this project. We'll have a couple more things here and there, but then we'll be on our way to finishing this project. In the previous video, we worked on our update auth token string function. Now we want to work on a refresh token string function. Revoke refresh token function. So basically what this function does is it just deletes the refresh token. That is it. And it's going to call the function in DB package. DB package will have a function for deleting our refresh token, which, as you can see here, delete refresh token function. That's all that this function is going to do. But to be able to determine the ID of the refresh token that has to be deleted from our database, we don't have a real database, we're just storing everything in the memory, right? To be able to delete that, what you want to do is you want to first take the refresh token string and use that to get to the refresh token, and then use that to get to the token claims, and then the token claims you'll get access to the ID. I hope that makes sense. So you can't just get access to the refresh token ID from the refresh token string. right? The string is what we'll send to the front end or to the user, but he'll never have the actual refresh token claims and the ID which we want. Basically, we are storing that ID in our so-called database or the memory database. So the steps here are basically that you will use the refresh token string that this function will receive to get your refresh token. This is the first step. So use the refresh. This for the second step, you'll use the refresh token to get the refresh token claims. And the third step is deleting the refresh token using the method in the DB package that we have already created, right? So we have created so many of these helper functions for us in the DB package, and we're just going to be using the one to delete your refresh token. So let's start with what you've written here. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to accept in this function the refresh token string, which is of type string. Okay. And the way this works is you take a variable called refresh token and you use this function called .parse with claims. So in this previous function that we've made in the last video, I didn't explain a lot because we have been calling this function for quite some time. So I thought, why do again keep explaining it. But maybe you dropped off on this project and you're coming back after a long time. So I thought, let me just explain it again. So like in the last video, what we did was we got in this function, in the update auth token string function, we were getting the refresh token string and the old auth token string. So we created, so we got access to the refresh token, then we got access to refresh token claims. And these are the two steps that we want to do in this function as well. And after that, you basically used the database package that we'll use now as well. In the previous function, we just checked the refresh token, but now we will actually use that to delete the refresh token. Okay. So the process is going to be very similar. It's going to be refresh token string is what you'll pass here, and you'll pass models dot token claims. So you already know that this function, the parse with claims function, is a very popular function, and it takes in three things. The third thing being the function which takes in the token, token, and it returns an interface, or it returns an error, and it has a function definition. And this function definition, just like what you did in the last function, in the last video, in this last function, that what we did, basically returning verify key nil. Exactly, we're going to do the same here. So we'll say return verify key and comma nil. Okay. And this error out here, we want to handle that. So we'll say if error is not equal to nil, what do you want to do? You want to return errors.new. Let's say could not parse refresh token with claims. Right. And for the so now you have access to the refresh token, right? So you want to do the next step now. So the next step is using the refresh token to get the refresh token claims. So you'll say refresh token claims, that's the variable that you want, refresh token claims and comma, okay, and refresh token dot claims dot models dot token claims. Okay. And here you want to say if not okay, and return errors dot new could not read refresh token claims. Okay, so you got access to the refresh token, you got access to refresh token claims. The last thing that you want to do now is deleting the refresh token using the method in the DB package. So in the DB package, as you know, the method is called delete refresh token. You want to call that function and delete it. But to be able to delete it, you want the particular ID of the refresh token that you've stored in the database, and that only is there with the refresh token claims. So how do you do that? You say db.delete refresh token, and here you'll say refresh token claims dot standard claims dot id, and you'll say return nil. That's what you want to do. You basically wanted to delete this refresh token, and that's what our revoke refresh token function does. So I hope you have followed up till here. If you have any questions, any queries, any problems, any issues, put that in the comments below. Do subscribe to the channel because I keep coming up with such awesome content, right? This video, we're tackling this function called the update refresh token CSRF function. So this function takes the old refresh token string, and it returns a new refresh token string. To be able to do that, it needs to accept the new CSRF string as well. So you'll say new CSRF string, which is again of type string, and new CSRF new refresh token string that is returning is of type string, and it might return an error of type error. All right. So here you will have, so again, this is the same standard drill. You will get access to the refresh token, by using the parse with claims function. Then you get access to the refresh token claims. Now, one thing to remember here is that this will be the old refresh token, right? Because you're getting the old refresh token string, so you'll get access to the old refresh token and you'll get access to the old refresh token claims. Make sense? And then you want to create the refresh claims for the new token, and you'll create a new refresh JWT token, and you will create a new token string. So these are the 5 things that you want to do in this function. Okay. So let's do the first thing, which we have been doing in all of the functions till now, which is jwt.parse with claims. You know that this function takes a refresh token string. It takes models.token claims, and it takes a function which is basically a token, okay, and which returns an interface comma error. And this function has some definition. So this function returns verify key and this value you want to capture in refresh token. Awesome. Now let's get access to the refresh token claims. So you'll say old refresh token claims comma OK is equal to refresh token dot claims dot models dot token claims, and here you'll say if not OK, you want to return from here. And refresh claims, to create the new refresh claims, you need to say refresh claims is equal to models dot token claims And there are a few fields, right? And that claims you have ID, you have subject, you have expires at. And you also have your you also have, so okay, so this firstly this will be part of the JWT dot standard claims, and inside that basically you have these three things, which is your ID, subject, and expires at. So here you'll say ID, subject, and expires at. But outside the JWT dot standard claims, you also have, as part of the refresh claims, you also have the old refresh token claims dot role. So old refresh token claims dot role, comma, new CSRF string. And put a comma there. And here at the end also put a comma. Now for the ID, you'll get access to the ID because now you have old refresh token claims, right? So inside that you'll find the ID. So it'll say old refresh token claims dot standard claims dot ID. For the subject, you'll say old refresh token claims dot standard claims dot subject, and expires at, you'll say old refresh token claims dot standard claims dot expires at. Okay. To create a new refresh JWT, you'll say refresh JWT. JWT package will be called here with the function new with claims. And to call this function, you need to pass get signing method, and for our project the signing method is rs256, and you'll also pass the refresh claims. Now that we've created the new refresh JWT, time to create the new token string for the refresh token string. So I'll say refresh token string, and here you'll have new refresh token string comma error is equal to refresh JWT dot signed string and sign key. You'll return from here. Okay. So this is what our update refresh token CSRF function does. It takes the old refresh token string and the new CSRF string, returns a new refresh token string. There's a small typo there, I fixed it. And to be able to return the new refresh token string, you first need access to the refresh token. Then you need access to the token claims for the old refresh token. So old refresh token string was passed, and using that and the pass with claims function, you got access to the old refresh token. Then you got access to the old refresh token claims. And then using that, you created the new refresh claims, which basically first you got access to the ID using the old refresh token claims or standard claims or ID. Then you got access to the subject and then expires at, and then apart from these, the standard claims, the part there is also old refresh token claims.role as part of the refresh claims and new CSRF string. Then you create the refresh JWT, and then using that you create the new refresh token string, and that's what you return from this function. Now this almost completes our myjwt.go file, and there'll be a couple of things here and there, but like a lot of things have been done, a lot of our work has been taken care of, and then we'll mostly fill in the blanks. We were working on our myjwt.go file, and now what you're left with is the middleware.go file. There are a few things left here, and then the templates are left. Okay, so for the myjwt.go file, you can see there are a lot of issues, a lot of red squiggly lines, right? and we can make them go away really quickly. So for example, you'll see that there are issues with the verify key and sign key in a lot of places, right? The same issues coming again and again. So to just make them go away very quickly, you don't have to do much. You can just, what I realized was that I have not defined the verify key in the first place. So verify key was RSA dot public key, and the sign key was simply RSA dot private key. Now once you've defined these, a lot of the issues, like the issues you were seeing here, will go away. But in many places you still see the issues because it's a typo, because the K needs to be capital here. So once you do that, that also is kind of taken care of. So what I'm trying to say here is that all these issues, right? So for example, out here, the spelling of refresh is wrong. So all these issues are mostly to do with typos and spelling mistakes. And since this series is for intermediate and little advanced developers, I'm expecting you can easily take care of these kind of typos. What you should be focusing on in this series with me is the general function level, at what we're doing basically at the function level, and what we're doing basically at the file level. So understand the project structure, understand what each file is for, understand what each function is doing, understand how everything is interacting with each other. And I'm sure by now you're already an expert at solving all these squiggly line issues, right? It's not a big thing. So what I'm trying to do is, basically I won't be solving all these squiggly lines. What I'll be doing is I'll be showing you the middleware related things that are left, and at the end, I'll on my own time I'll spend about 40-50 minutes on this project, and I'll fix all the issues in this project. And I'll then by all the issues I mean all these squiggly lines, like the typos and spelling mistakes and places I've not defined variables, those kind of things. I'll fix that on my own time, and I won't waste your time. And I'll take the project and I'll put it on GitHub, and all you have to do is just make a copy at that time. Till then, you just understand what's happening at the function level, at the file level, at the project structure level. And feel free to code along with me, but you have to fix those issues yourself, the squiggly lines ones, because this series is for experienced developers only. Okay. So what we'll do now is we'll continue with our middleware.go file. If you have been coding along, feel free to keep coding along with me, and don't worry, because I'll fix this entire project, fix all the typos and all, and then I'll push it to GitHub, and then you can just make a copy and just compare your project in case you're not able to understand where the issue is coming from. Even that is there for you. Now this project, the project structure that you get with this, if in case, let's say your boss asks you to create a CSRF project structure, for, let's say JWT is not enough and you want CSRF in your project, you're working on a highly secure project. This project structure works really well, by the way. I've used it for the client in the past, and I can tell you that if you follow this project structure, you won't have a lot of issues. It is quite safe to use it. It's quite nice project structure. So that's what I wanted to say, basically, that feel free to just copy this code and start using it in your projects at your office. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say, right? Anyhow, so here in the middleware.go file, we have these cases. We have a case called restricted, we have a case called register, and that's basically, those are our routes. So we have a route like, let's say, /register or /login, and we'll have a local host, probably 9000 port running here. And then the user will say /login or /register and all of those things. So for /login, you'll have a couple of methods. Now, the couple of methods that you will have are get and post. So for get, you want to do something, right? What you want to do is, for the get, is in the templates folder. We have not created the templates, and I'm thinking maybe the templates also I'll just create it on my own time, and because the most important file is templates.go for templates, because you want to know how to process those templates. You don't want to necessarily sit and write HTML, right? You already know HTML. I don't want to waste your time. So I'll just create the templates HTML, and I'll just push it along with this. So what you want to do is you want to know exactly what's going to happen in Golang. So in Golang, what we'll do here is we'll say templates dot render template, right? And you have a render template method. This is the method that we're calling, basically. So you'll say render template, and you'll pass w comma login comma In templates, you'll just show the login page. Very straightforward. Now for post, you wanna parse the form. Now please keep in mind that since we have these templates, the JSON, there's no JSON as such that's coming, that we're sending from Postman to this project. It's basically form data. So what you're learning here is how to process form data. And I'm sure most of you already know how to process form data in Golang, but I'm just showing it to you anyways. So you're just parsing the form data and you're saying, and you're printing it out, you'll say print ln r.form. And now you'll say db.logUserIn. So in your DB, you have this function called logUserIn. And while logging in the user, that's what you have to call. You'll say logUserIn. And once you run that function, once you call that function, you'll get back the user, you'll get back the UUID, you'll get a login error if, in case there's a login error, and you'd want to handle that login error after that. And what you're passing there is basically for logging the user in, you just want to pass the things that you would pass when you log somebody in. Those things are username. So these are form fields, right? So these are not JSON, these are form fields. So you're saying for the username, whatever the user has passed. And here you'll say strings dot join, and you'll say r.form password, comma. So you're passing your username and password, and you're passing them as form values and not JSON. And you'd want to print out these things. You'll say print ln, say user, comma UUID, comma login error if there's any error. Now we'll handle the login error. So we'll say if login error is not equal to nil, you want to do something. So what do you want to do? You want to say w.write header and http dot status unauthorized. You're just saying that this user is unauthorized because he was not able to log in. Now you want to have an else for this if, and you want to since there's no login error, you want to create cookies for this user. So you'll say my_jwt dot create new tokens, and what you'll get back here will be auth token string and refresh token string. And you'll also get the CSRF secret or the error also if there's an error. Now this function create new tokens takes in your UUID and the role of the user. Now once you've done this, you've received your auth token string, refresh token string, and all those things. But you could have also received an error, so you want to handle that error. So for the error, you want to say http.error w, http.status text 500, 500. And once you have these things, right, now you want to set the cookie. So you'll say set auth and refresh cookies. You'll pass the auth token string and the refresh token string. Make sense? And you also want to write the header. So we'll say write header, and we'll say everything is okay, so status okay. And that's about it. Now the default, there'll also be a default case for this. So I'm assuming it's this one, the default case. In the default case, what you want to do is you want to say w dot write header and http dot method not allowed. So you're saying that if somebody is on the login route, they can either get or they can post. But if anybody tries to do like a put or a delete or something like that, then you're going to say that this method for this page or for this entity or whatever for login, it's not allowed. This method is not allowed. So I just wanted to show you this login function in this video. In the next video, I think we'll have to work on our logout function, and also the delete user function is what we'll have to work on. So we are done with our register and login routes, and also the restricted routes. We're also done with our logout route. Actually, logout, I was thinking that we'll have to do something more, but then I realized that we don't have to do much with logout. All we have to do is just nullify the token cookies and just redirect the person back to login. That is it you have to do on logout. So we won't do anything fancy here. I'll leave it at that, right? The default route for this entire thing, like in the sense you can have like a restricted route, login route, and register route. But there's a default also, like if you want to hit any other route. So what you want to do is you just want to say http dot status. Okay. So there's a small inception kind of a thing going on here, because there's at the big level with the routes, there's a default, but also at every single case, like let's say the register, there are different use cases. There's also another default inside those. So there's like a small inception kind of a thing going on here. This type of structure might be new to you. It's quite possible, but it's also a very commonly used structure in the sense you handle routes using cases. So this is a very common pattern in Django, very common pattern in PHP, very common pattern in Ruby on Rails. And I'm not sure about JavaScript. I've not seen this in JavaScript projects, but with Golang also, when you'll find projects over the internet, you'll find this common pattern, really, really commonly on the internet. So this is why I just want to show you that this is how also you can structure your routes. And it's a very common way wherein you'll have these routes and you'll have get, post, and all these different methods there. And there's always a default method. And at the main level, there's a default route also. I really like this structure, by the way, because it just helps me to understand everything very well in just one big function that, these are the routes, this is what's happening. Many people don't like it. It's again, according to your preference. I've shown you so many different types of ways on how to write routes. You can always take that and put it here if you don't like this particular one. Or if you like this a lot, take this and put it into those other projects. Feel free to do whatever you want. All right. So now we want to work on this delete user function, which is going to take a little bit of our time. So firstly, when somebody tries to hit the delete user function, what you want to say is, or the delete user route I meant, you want to say is println, and you want to say deleting the user, and you want to grab the auth token from the cookie. So you'll get the auth cookie or the auth error once you do this. And we'll handle the error. So if auth error is equal to http dot error no cookie, so in your auth error, you might get different types of errors. The first type of error could be that the user doesn't even have a cookie. So we'll say log.println unauthorized attempt, You don't even have a cookie, so why are you trying to log out, right? That's what we'll say. And you'll nullify token cookies and we'll redirect the user to login. So it's saying why are you trying to delete the user, and first you need to log in. So return. Else if there's just any other type of auth error, you're gonna say log.panic and show the auth error. Again, the same process, nullify token. This is something that you'll have to do. I mean, just for your own safety and security, you always want to nullify their tokens, whether they're logged in or logged out, or they have an account or cookies or not. And the text is the error that you'll send is 500 internal server errors, and you'll return from here. Now what you want to do is you want to see at the end what's going to happen is you're going to delete that user with that particular ID, right? Now to grab this UUID, we already have a function called grab UUID function. It's in our main myJWT file, right? So whenever we're calling myJWT like .create tokens and all of creating tokens, we are referring to the myJWT.go file that we've created together. That's the package that we're referring to. Okay, so here also we already have the grab UUID function, and here you'll pass the auth cookie.value, and what you'll get from this function is UUID, or the error that's created while calling this UUID function. So you'll say if UUID error is not equal to nil, log.panic comma UUID error, and you want to again nullify tokens. So you'll say nullify token cookies. I'm writing this, but you can also copy and paste from the above line. You don't have to type it again. It's the same thing. And again, we'll say w comma http dot status text is 500 comma 500. And you'll return from here. All right. The main thing that's happening here is, again, like I said, db.delete user function. So we have a db file, we have a delete user function hanging around here somewhere. Right? That's the one that we're calling, basically. And after this, again, you'll nullify the token cookies. And you will redirect the user to the register route. Now the user is deleted, so you don't want him to register. And that's about it. So so we have done the complete logic handler now. So we have these two big functions, right? The logic handler and the auth handler. And what I'm going to do now is I'll be taking like a 40-minute break, and I will fix all those typos and small issues and errors here and there. And I'll also take additionally 20-25 minutes more to create these templates quickly, the HTML templates. And I'll skip to the part where I've done all of that. So for you, it'll be just 1 second. For me, it'll be about 70-75 minutes. And we'll come back, and then I'll run the program with you. And then let's see if everything goes well. Till the time, what you can do is you can put your keys here. Just put your app.rsa and app.rsa.public key. So your private and public keys, create that using the RSA algorithm. It's very easy to do that in Ubuntu. With whichever OS you must be in, just find out how to create RSA keys. Let's create a pair, private and public keys, and put them here. And the format should be app.rsa and app.rsa.pub. So let me show you. They need to look like this: app.rsa and app.rsa.pub. This is what they need to look like. So create your private and public key, paste them here, and let's meet back in a minute time for you and 75 minutes time for me. Hey guys, so I'm done fixing up the entire project, and I've also uploaded it on GitHub. I'll leave the link to the GitHub project in the description, but feel free to follow me on GitHub so that whenever I post a new project, you'll get a notification and you can copy and paste and use it. Okay, so we are here in our Golang CSRF project directory, and all we have to do is say go run main.go. Says it's listening on localhost 9000. So I'll create a new window here, and what we'll do is we'll go over to localhost 9000, and I'll say /register. So when you're creating the logic handlers, you remember that we have a register route, we have a login route, right? And we have logout route. So let's register a new user. You'll say Akhil Sharma 100. Let's just say 1 actually. And password will also be the same. So you'll register it. And this is the message that we had shown as a CSRF secret. This is our CSRF secret. And this is our super secret area. And in the terminal, you can see, all that's happening out here, right? So back here, you will say log out. And when you log out, you remember that we have said that once the user wants to log out, you want to redirect the user to the login page. So after logout, you come to the login page, and here you have to say Akhil Sharma 1 and Akhil Sharma. And you can see you can log in again if you want. You can delete that user, and it'll send you back to the register page. So we have seen register, login, logout, delete user. Delete user redirects you to the register page, and logout redirects you to the login page. So this is the simple HTML templates that I've created. Feel free to create fancy templates. Feel free to even add React.js to the front end if you want, as a separate front end library. So thanks a lot for watching, and feel free to fork this, feel free to copy it, clone it, whatever, the whole project. And do subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. I'll keep coming up with awesome content like this. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.